prosecutor here?
Pardon?
Is the prosecutor here yet? I haven't seen the prosecutor, no. What are you doing, John?
Holding. Assuming the prosecutor's here. I haven't seen anybody.
You're all set down?
Yeah, thank you. think it's supposed to be Anna Bickerstaff from the people. Okay. How many witnesses you going with? Two? Okay. I think I'm the witnesses.
Please rise.
Have a seat. Thanks, Marianne. Let me know when you're ready. All right, appearances on the People versus Fry, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anna Bickerstaff on behalf of the people, P82215.
And good morning, Your Honor. From Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, Jonathan Hortis, P78948, on behalf of Mr. Timothy Fry, who's seated to my left. Mr. Fry, can you state your name?
Timothy Ryan Fry, Your Honor.
Good morning. Are we ready?
Yes, Judge,
Yes, Judge.
preliminarily, the people would ask for a mutual order of sequestration with an exception for the officer in charge, Sergeant Amy Smith, who's seated to my right.
No objection.
Okay. Who's your first witness?
Judge, at this time, the people would call Trooper Keller to the stand.
Troop, come on up. Raise your right hand, swear affirm, tell the truth, all the truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Settle in right here. State your full name and spell it for Marianne if you would.
Detective Trooper Micah Keller, Michahellerer.
Thank you. Your witness, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name again for the record?
Detective Trooper Micah Keller.
How are you currently employed?
I work for the Michigan State Police Metro Narcotic Enforcement Team.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
Just shy of 8 years.
And were you working in that capacity back on April 14th of 2021?
Yes.
And back on that date, were you in the area of 105 Wexford in the city of Belleville, County of Boone?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that location?
That is a venue where we executed a search warrant.
What type of structure is that location, I mean?
Oh, it's like an apartment building.
Okay. And you indicated you were executing a search warrant there?
Yes, ma'am.
At the apartment?
At the apartment, yes.
Okay. And after you executed the search warrant at the apartment, was there anything else listed in the search warrant that you searched?
The body or the main suspect of the case, which was Mr. Fry, as well as vehicles associated to him or that were covered in the search warrant.
Which vehicles?
Black Ford Fusion specifically.
And was that vehicle, do you know what happened with that vehicle pursuant to the search warrant?
Just based upon my recollection, prior to executing the search warrant at the residence, the main suspect of our case had left. A traffic stop was conducted where he was taken into custody, and then we executed the search warrant. That vehicle was held down by law enforcement until we were able to go search it.
Okay, and if you know, how many people were in the car at the time it was traffic stopped?
From what I recollect, or what I recall, one.
And did you take part in searching that vehicle?
I did.
And can you explain what you found inside the vehicle?
Myself and Detective Trooper Pitch, our K-9 officer, conducted a search of the vehicle, In the trunk, we located a black backpack. In the front zipper pocket of said backpack, we located a plastic baggie containing suspected analog pills or controlled substances that we believed, or based upon my training and experience, were oxycodones or oxys. I also located a Taurus semi-automatic pistol, an extra
Your Honor, I'm going to
magazine.
object to the narrative nature of this.
What else did you recover?
I recovered narcotics from the remaining part of the backpack, including methamphetamine.
What else did you recover?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the conclusory nature of the methamphetamine. That calls for, I think, speculation without a analysis.
Response?
I can ask a couple different questions to clarify
Go
that.
ahead.
Do you know for certain it was methamphetamine when you opened the backpack?
Based upon my training and experience and what I observed, it appeared to be methamphetamine.
So at that point, it was suspected methamphetamine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, what else did you recover?
More suspected controlled pills. The suspected methamphetamine was in a magnetic lockbox, which people use to potentially hide or secure items that they choose. There was a monster.
So, I'm sorry, I'm gonna back up. So based on your training and experience, can you explain that magnetic box you located?
Yes, those magnetic boxes, we've seen them on the road quite a bit. They're used to put an item or items inside of that box and hide them underneath vehicles, in vehicles, in order to evade detection or location.
Your Honor, I'm going to object
certain
for
items.
speculation.
And I asked him,
Response.
based on his training and experience, what he's seen those used for. If this is what he's seen them used for, I don't think he's speculating how that box is used. That's how he's seen it used in his personal experience as an officer.
Anything else?
Judge, I just don't think the officers laid an adequate foundation to say that this is the exclusive use for these items.
He didn't say that. He said he's seen them used that way. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Judge. What else did you recover from the vehicle?
The other thing was a monster can that had it was fake. It was filled with a certain type of filling with a screw off lid. These items are also meant to store specific items. And in this case, suspected narcotics.
Can you
It's
explain that bottle? Was it a normal monster bottle or some altered bottle?
It was an altered bottle. So it's a monster can that has a filling and a void on the inside of that bottle. So whereas when you remove the top, you're not going to necessarily put liquid monster or energy drink in it, but you would unscrew that cap and you could place specific items. And in this case, it was suspected narcotics that were placed inside that void. The lid was secured.
Then you can talk to him, tell him how to issue a bench warrant, because that's unacceptable. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If you can continue about the monster cans.
In the void, we located suspected narcotics, but in this case, the lid was screwed back on. It is meant to appear to look as if it is a legitimate, unopened can of energy drink. That way to evade or detection of the items that were inside.
Okay, and I'm just gonna back up a little bit. You had indicated when we first started, you've been on the narcotics team for about 8 years, is that correct?
On the narcotics team for 2.5, employed with the state police for almost 8.
Okay, and have you had special narcotics training and experience in your time with the narcotics team?
Yes.
Can you explain some of that training?
I have been to the MSP undercover narcotics school. I've also been to a multitude of schools, as well as including interdiction. I've been to a multitude. Do you have anything specific?
Have you attended any trainings in how narcotics traffickers or dealers conceal controlled substances?
Yes, I've been to multiple interdiction schools, to include one in San Diego this past June that was a week-long training regarding interdiction, trafficking, and drug use and drug sales or distribution of.
And in your 2 years on the narcotics team, about how many investigations have you been involved in?
Over 100.
And in those over 100 investigations, have you observed or learned from other officers different techniques for concealing controlled substances?
Yes, as well as while being on the road and finding them, these items while on the road as a uniformed police officer.
So the monster can and the magnetic bottle that you recovered, are those significant to you in any way in any way based on your training and experience?
Yes, when I see those inside of a vehicle, those are items that I definitely would like to search and or see what's inside of them once they're identified.
And would it be fair to say that based on your training and experience, you know those items to be used in narcotics?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the leading nature of this question.
Rephrase?
That's okay, I'll move on. Was there anything else you recovered from the vehicle?
A firearm and a loaded magazine.
And were all these items collected and placed on evidence?
What's that? Yes, ma'am, they were.
And do you recall the evidence tag item numbers of the property that you recovered from the vehicle?
I do not. I'd have to review my report.
If that would
or,
refresh your
sorry.
recollection as the evidence tag numbers?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you need a stipulation for the tag numbers,
Save
it'll save time.
Yes, Judge, I think defense counsel is willing to stipulate to the evidence tag item numbers of the property recovered from the vehicle. If I could go over those from the report.
Let me stop you first. Thank you for the stipulation, Mr. Ortles. I want to make sure I'm clear. Was the monster can empty? Did it have anything in it?
So it is empty. It's actually filled with almost like a putty or
Right.
like a concrete.
I got that. It's got a like a void inside where you could secrete something.
Yes.
But there was nothing in it at the time.
Yes, sir. Oh, at the time, yes, there was. There was a.
When you found it in the car.
It was in the backpack in the trunk of the car. That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. But there was nothing inside the can.
No liquid, but there were suspected narcotics in that void.
Thank you.
And for the record, this is MNET report 68-21 supplemental report number 1, reading from page 5. Evidence tag item number 3 was 55.7 grams of suspected methamphetamine from a clear yellow plastic baggie. Evidence tag item number 4, 173 suspected Xanax pills. Item number 5, 10 suspected oxycodone pills from a clear plastic baggie. Evidence tag item number 6, 27 oxycodone pills from a clear plastic baggie. Evidence tag item number 7, 2 1.5 oxycodone pills and half of a Xanax pill from a unreadable prescription bottle. Evidence tag item number 8, cell phone. Evidence tag item number 9, 1 magazine with 5 live rounds. Evidence tag item number 10, a digital scale and 1 pick. Evidence tag item number 11, silver double-edged weapon, non-firearm. Evidence tag item number 12, skipping. Evidence tag item 13, 1 black magnetic storage box. Evidence tag item number 14, 1 16-ounce monster can, diversion, safe, hidden, stash, storage container. Evidence tag item number 15, 1 black Taurus 380 semi-automatic handgun with 1 magazine containing 6 live rounds. Would defense counsel agree to those evidence tag item numbers from the report?
Stipulated to those tag numbers and I wasn't clear. I think one of the tag numbers said Xanax or oxycodone pills, but without stating suspected, I would just put that qualification in there since obviously.
Noted.
And trooper, in the evidence tag or in the evidence list, you recovered a scale and a pick. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the significance of those items?
Scale and a pick. In my training experience, based upon individuals who distribute or sell narcotics, they tend to weigh the item that they are selling prior to, so that way they can sell that specific amount for a specific price. And that way the not only the dealer, but the user themselves can see that they are getting a specific amount for a specific price.
And,
Oh, go ahead.
the evidence list also indicates that you recovered a silver double-edged weapon.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes.
Can you explain what that item is and where it was recovered from?
The center console of the vehicle, it appeared that it was a metallic, almost, how do I explain this? A metal set of like brass knuckles that has a blade that comes out both sides.
Okay. And the evidence list indicates that you recovered approximately 55 grams of suspected methamphetamine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on your training and experience, is 55 grams of methamphetamine a personal use amount or a distribution amount?
A distribution amount.
And the evidence list also indicates you recovered 173 Xanax pills. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your training and experience, is 173 Xanax pills indicative of personal use or distribution?
Distribution.
And you testified that you recovered a handgun, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall the serial number of the handgun?
No, because upon my first observation of it, it was obliterated.
Pass the witness.
Your witness, Mr. Ordo.
All right, so you indicated that you did the search of the vehicle based on the search warrant, right?
That's correct.
Now, the vehicle was not at the residence at the time that it was searched, correct?
That's correct.
It was searched after a traffic stop, correct?
Yes.
Where was that traffic stop at?
It was right down the street. I can't remember the exact location of the traffic stop, but it was within a couple blocks of the residence.
Okay, but not on the residence or any of its property.
That's correct.
Now, I'm having a look. Do you have a copy of the search warrant, or did you participate in securing the search warrant?
I assisted with the execution, and I am not the affiant.
Gotcha. Did you have a chance to review the search warrant before you did this raid?
Yes, we review it in a operational briefing prior to as a team.
Okay, and so would you agree with me that the search warrant described authority to search the house and vehicles on the property?
Vehicles, persons, and the property identified in the search warrant.
Okay, because I guess I'm reading this last clause on page 6, and I can show this to you if you need. I have found that probable cause exists, and I command that any sheriff, federal, state, or local peace officer immediately make a search of the described location and seize the described property. And then on the first page of that search warrant describes the property at that 105 Wexford address. Is that right?
Sir, I am not the affiant, and I am not the author of said search warrant. It was signed by the judge, and we executed as it was decided by the judge for us to execute.
I understand that, but you said you read the search warrant before you executed it.
We reviewed it. I did not read it in its entirety, sir.
Okay, so if the search warrant said search this property and what's on this property, and not necessarily the vehicle anywhere that it exists, you're saying you don't know that.
Based upon my training experience, we add vehicles and persons that are part of the investigation into the search warrant as well as the residents,
Okay, so
whether they're on the same property or not.
So is it my understanding then that you did not have a precise understanding of the limits of what your search was when you searched that vehicle?
I searched what I was lawfully allowed to based upon that search warrant being signed.
Right, but you said you just told me you reviewed the search warrant, but you don't know everything that was in it.
I did not type it, and we reviewed it after the fact. Things were identified that we were supposed to search, including the residence, the vehicle, and Mr. Fry's person.
Okay, did you check with anybody after the vehicle stopped? Did you call your OIC or someone else to say, hey, am I allowed to search this vehicle?
They told me to go search the vehicle.
Who told you that?
Both Sergeant Amy Smith as well as my boss, Detective Sergeant Roulette.
Okay, so let's just make sure I have this order of events right. You pull this vehicle over.
I did not pull the vehicle over.
Sorry, you arrived at the scene after the vehicle's already pulled over?
That's correct.
Now, did those two individuals tell you to search the vehicle before or after that vehicle was pulled over?
We knew that we were going to stop the vehicle and search it based on it not being at the residence. So we knew that we were going to have, one of us on our team was going to have to go search the vehicle at some point.
One moment, please. It's fair to say you did not perform any analysis of any of the drugs that were recovered, correct?
I did not in this case, no.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Just a couple questions to clarify. You indicated you did review the search warrant,
I reviewed it, yes.
and the vehicle that you searched was specifically listed in the search warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Any follow-up?
No recross, I'll bring it up later.
Trooper, you sit down.
Thank you.
Can we send the trooper back to his duties or his day off if that's the case? Be safe.
I don't need him.
You're free to go.
At this time, the people would call Sergeant Amy Smith to the stand.
Sergeant, come on up. Raise your right hand, swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Settle in. Proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Detective Sergeant Amy Smith,
And how are you currently employed?
currently employed with the Van Buren Township Police Department, assigned out to the Michigan State Police Metro Narcotics Enforcement Team.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
3 years.
And were you working in that capacity back on April 14th of 2021?
Yes, I was. If you want total law enforcement time, that's 18 and a half years, 3 years with MSP.
Okay. And did you become involved in the investigation or involved in the search warrant execution at 105 Wexford in the city of Belleville, County of Wayne?
Yes,
And were you made aware that some suspected controlled substances were recovered from that location or from a vehicle?
yes,
Okay, and did you subsequently field test the suspected controlled substances that were recovered?
yes,
Okay. And would those have been tested by evidence tag item number?
yes.
Okay. And did you field test a evidence tag item number 3?
I would have to refer to the report to see exactly what item number 3 is.
Yes, if that would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Can I see the-
Right, yes.
So just to be clear,
Yep.
we'll clear it up.
I'll clarify that. May I approach the witness?
Please.
And just to go back, so there were, would it be fair to say some substances and pills that were recovered?
Correct.
And did you field test some of the drugs and use drugs.com to identify some of the pills that were recovered?
That is correct.
And how did you identify evidence tag item number 3?
Number 3, I utilized TrueNarc
And what
scan,
did it test as?
methamphetamine.
And did you, what about evidence tag item number 4?
Number 4, drugs.com was utilized.
But Your Honor, actually, I'm going to object. I want to list it for item number 3 to ensure that the rule says that the results of a properly performed drug analysis are admitted. I want to make sure that it was properly performed before taking that as substantive.
You want
How
to
did
vote
you-
here?
I can, if
Go
that's
ahead.
okay. Unless you.
I can answer, yeah. You said you used a TrueNarc to field test item number 3, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain what a TrueNarc is?
A TrueNarc is a handheld device that it uses laser technology that you hold up to the substance that you want to test. It reads the chemical compound, it analyzes it with inside its own database, and then it will give you a reading as to what that what it is that you're testing at that time.
And have you been trained to use that TrueNarc machine?
Yes, I have.
And did you receive some sort of certification after you were trained in using that machine?
Yes, I did.
And as of the date of April 14th, 2021, were you certified and was your certification current to be using the TrueNarc field testing machine?
Yes.
I'd pass it. Defense counsel has any additional questions?
I suppose, what is the procedure when you, obviously you described the general mechanics of it. What is the procedure when you are supposed to, the procedure for using the TrueNarc test?
The procedure that is used is you turn on the device, you use a self-check, then you use it to test your compound or whatever it is that you're testing at the time, then you self-check it again.
Okay, do you have to like mash up the pills at all? Like how does it take a sample?
No, you don't have to mash up anything. You hold the sample, you take it and you hold it directly on the point where the laser comes out, the laser beam comes out, and you push scan.
Okay, and you did that in this case?
I'm sorry?
You did that in this case?
Correct. There was a self-check to make sure that the device does its own internal self-check, that it's working properly. Then I did the sample and then I self-checked it again.
And the self-check, did that come back like is that like a negative result or nulling out the machine?
Correct. It literally says self-check pass. That's how it comes out.
Okay, and it said pass on that one?
Correct.
I am.
Proceed, Mr. Garcia.
And evidence tag item number 4, how were you able to explain what you did for evidence tag item number 4?
For all the pills that were recovered, drugs.com was utilized to identify the pills.
And Your Honor, I will object to any hearsay from drugs.com. That is not a preliminary analysis of drugs within the meaning of the rule.
Judge, I do have, if Your Honor would like me to pull it up now, I do have the case law that indicates that drugs.com is a viable means for officers to preliminarily identify pills before a MSP lab test is done. I do have that on my computer. I can pull up, or if Your Honor would like us to continue taking testimony, and then we can supplementally brief that issue, whichever Your Honor prefers.
Let's talk about it after we're done with testimony.
Okay. And how did you, what was item number 4 identified as?
Item number 4 was identified as L-pramazole.
I'm sorry, what was that item?
L-pramazole, I can't, alprazolam.
And how many pills?
It was 2 milligrams and recovered was 173 units, also known as Xanax.
And what about evidence tag item number 5?
5 was identified as oxycodone.
How was it identified?
I'm sorry, through drugs.com.
And how many pills were
There was
recovered?
10 units, 30 milligram pills.
And what about evidence tag item number 6?
Number 6, identified by drugs.com as oxycodone, 27 units, 30 milligram pills.
And what about evidence tag item number 7?
7, drugs.com was utilized, oxycodone. There was 2 of them.
And
That was the one that had the half Xanax and the 1.5 oxycodone together in the unmarked pill bottle.
And did you author the search warrant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you include any vehicles in that search warrant?
Yes, the Ford Fusion.
And was that Ford Fusion in the search warrant to be searched wherever it is located, or just on the property?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Whatever the officer's intention was with respect to the contents of the search warrant, I think are irrelevant. The question is whether or not what the court authorized. I think we'd have to deal with that separately as a legal question.
Well, Judge, I think it's clear from the language of the search warrant. There's language that says any vehicles on the curtilage, and then there is a separate line that just says this vehicle.
Judge, I think we'll have to address that in motions after the testimony. I don't think this officer is able to testify. It doesn't matter
I
what her
agree.
intention is.
The document speaks for itself, and she's not the one to interpret it.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I have no further questions.
No offense, Sergeant.
None taken, sir.
Your witness, Mr. Cordova.
I don't think I have any questions. Ultimately, yeah, no questions for this witness.
You sit down.
Thank you.
I'd like to give a citation for that drugs.com case,
Yep,
please.
absolutely. I'm gonna pull it up right now. And Judge, the people have no further witnesses. I can pull up that research real quick if the court would like.
Mr. Cordova, any witnesses from the defense?
No witnesses for the defense, Judge.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel. Pull it up.
Judge, at this time, the people would move, well, to bind over the defendant, but would Your Honor like to wait until we resolve?
That's all right. We can start arguing while you're digging through that.
I guess we actually might be able to skip that argument depending on, I would make an objection and I would lead with the search warrant issue. And obviously, I don't know if the court has a copy of the search warrant in its
I
file.
don't.
The people wouldn't mind, I would actually move for admission of that document, so the court can review it, obviously subject of this issue. I'll move for it as defense exhibit A if the people don't want to admit it as theirs. That's okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I have no objection to the admission of the search warrant.
Thank
Do you
you.
need a tag on this, Judge?
Say again?
I've got tags. Do you need a tag on this?
Yeah, she's gonna mark it.
Okay.
Go and staple that too. That's one document. Go ahead.
All right, Judge, so looking here, I think the relevant information is contained on pages 2 and 6. But starting with page 2, it lists a target subject vehicle in which that Ford Fusion is listed. And then there's a last paragraph on page 2 that says any vehicles parked in it says furthermore, any vehicles parked in the driveway, garage, lawn, etc. But if you scroll down to page 6, in the very last box where it says in the name of the people of the state of Michigan, that's the part I read into the record earlier, that talks about searching the location and seizes the described property. Now, it seems clear to me that reading this search warrant, it seems to be limited in scope to the property and vehicles located on the property. It doesn't say that this vehicle anywhere can be searched. That vehicle is only mentioned in passing as a target subject vehicle. It's not explicitly listed as an item to be searched. And I think without that kind of clarity, the people did not, or the officers did not have probable cause or some other warrant exception to search the vehicle away from the property. The warrant should have been much more specific if they intended to search it when it was not on the premises.
If they would have found Mr. Fry out in the public street, would you think they couldn't search him?
They could search him. In fact, I think there would be independent basis. We didn't get into that on the record. Searching his person, incident to arrest, would certainly be one way to do it. But these officers are saying that they performed there was a traffic stop on this vehicle away from the property, and that the trunk of the vehicle was searched and that locked.
Stop. He's walking down the street. They know he's the guy that's subject to the search warrant, but he's not home yet. They stop him and search him. You're okay with that?
I think that would be authorized because the warrant indicates the search will include the person of Fry Timothy Rain. It says specifically the search will include this person.
Okay. And how is the subject person different than the subject vehicle that's listed on page 2?
I see where the court's going with this. I just don't think the warrant is specific enough to draw the same authorization.
Then explain to me the difference between the subject, the target subject, and the target vehicle. How are those two things different that they can allow the cops to search his body but not his fusion?
Because in the initial part of the warrant, it describes the property first. Then obviously it says this section of the search will include the person of Timothy Fry. But then the next section of target subject vehicle doesn't say anything about the search will include, the authorized search includes this vehicle. It just says this is the target vehicle. In context, I think that you have this exception where on the first line where it says the search will include, that same language isn't found later. If there was an intention to allow the search of the vehicle anywhere in the world, then I think that should have been more explicitly stated in the warrant. As it is, it's sort of vague. And I would say that vague, I know obviously in statutory construction, the rule of lenity would say you should find in favor of the defense for any vague term. Obviously, this is not a statute, not quite the same. But ultimately, I think without an explicit call to search the vehicle anywhere in the world, that it should be limited in scope to the property, which is the header of the search warrant. And also sort of mirrored in the conclusion of search the location and the described property.
Okay. Anything else?
I have to save the rest for the drugs.com argument. Those are my only two. I will also add that there was no identification on the record.
Ms. Biggerstaff?
Judge, in regards to the search warrant, I think it is clear that the vehicle is listed as an item to be searched separate from any vehicles that are located on the curtilage. It is specifically listed as the target vehicle, and then that vehicle is listed separate from items on the curtilage. So I think it's clear that this vehicle is to be searched wherever it is located. In addition to the drugs.com, this is People v. Nolan, a 2016 Court of Appeals case number 326970, which indicates that the Court of Appeals actually allowed drugs.com for identifying drugs in a jury trial, indicating that it was the trier of facts rule to determine the weight and credibility of the officer. Her testimony was sufficient to establish the pills recovered from the defendant were controlled substances for purpose of possession of the controlled substance and possession of controlled substance. And those were identified. The Court of Appeals indicated that although she did not perform a chemical analysis, she testified that she made the physical identification by viewing the markings on the pills and using an online database containing information on all pharmaceutical tablets, which is what we did here. And that was the 2016 Court of Appeals case. And there's also a 2009 Michigan Court of Appeals case, People v. Amsden, AMSDEN, which indicates the inability to chemically analyze the loprazolam found in the defendant's room did not render the evidence insufficient, where the substance was identified by comparing unique markings on the pill against a national database compiled by the manufacturers of prescription drugs, which is again what we have here with drugs.com. So I would submit to this court for probable cause purposes for a preliminary exam. The officer identifying those pills by drugs.com is valid, and that testing should be allowed in.
Judge, what was the citation for Amsden? Oops. Hold on, just close it.
Sorry. Number 280194, 2009 Westlaw 323475 on page 2.
Got it, thank you. All right, Judge, the reason I asked for those citations is these are unpublished cases. These are not precedentially binding. I also think it's interesting with respect to Nolan that it describes a jury trial. We don't know what the authentication steps were precedent to the admission of the drugs.com steps. Certainly, it doesn't sound like the case was interpreting the statute at question here, which I believe is what 766.11b is what we're talking about for the admission of a analysis report for this stage. When all the people can cite are unpublished cases from some time ago without the current Supreme Court composition, there's no published case on point saying that they can use drugs.com. It doesn't fit within the meaning of the plain language of the rule, which says a chemical analysis or drug test. This is like a visual comparison from hearsay documents. I'm not seeing how the people are getting the drugs.com stuff in. It's just hearsay.
And Judge, if I could indicate, defense counsel is citing Rule 76611B for admitting reports. The people are not seeking to admit any reports. People are relying on the testimony of the officers and what exactly they did. People are not seeking to admit the reports from the field testing. So I don't think that rule even applies, because that rule specifically applies to admitting reports at an exam, which is not what people are trying to do.
Judge, and the people have a different problem if that's the case, because now they're introducing basically the results of a field, but they're trying to make this a kind of field test without admitting a report. They're not even proposing to put into evidence the drugs.com printout that they used to compare. So how is the trier of fact supposed to check this at all? The people are allowed a wide berth of hearsay in proving drug charges by using this preliminary analysis. They've done it with the methamphetamine charges, at least, although they only orally described the TrueNarc report without actually authenticating it into the record. I think without that, they don't have probable cause. They have to show you something in evidence. The officer can't simply testify, oh, this was the result of this, this was the result of that, without admitting that report. Otherwise, I don't see where they get probable cause out of that. You can't just skip around the evidentiary rules by saying, oh, well, we didn't admit the report. That's the whole reason that testimony was not objected to, is because it's 766.11b territory, but the report, I think, would have to come in for that.
There's absolutely no
Good.
requirement that the people submit anything at a preliminary exam. Exams are always testimony-based. There's no requirement to submit any reports to Your Honor. Your Honor is the trier of fact for this hearing, determining whether the case will be bound over to a probable cause standard. Your Honor heard the testimony. Your Honor can either accept the testimony or not, but I think the officers indicated they all have several years of narcotics training, have several decades of experience as police officers. So Your Honor can accept or not their testimony, but just because there's no report does not invalidate everything they testified to, just because the people chose not to submit a report. There's no requirement for that.
All right. Let's talk about his third issue. Mr. Fry was not identified today on the record.
That's correct, Judge. I think the first trooper, Keller, indicated that this individual was arrested while he was not the individual that conducted the traffic stop. I believe he did testify that Mr. Fry exited the home. They watched this individual get into the vehicle, leave the home, and then he was traffic stopped a couple blocks away from the residence, and that Mr. Fry was the individual listed as the target subject on the search warrant, and then subsequently arrested inside the vehicle before Trooper Keller arrived to do the search of the vehicle. So while Trooper Keller didn't specifically identify this defendant sitting here, I think there is circumstantial evidence and testimony that was presented that Timothy Fry was the individual in the vehicle. Additionally, I do believe that the people have, to a probable cause standard, proven that the defendant was the individual in the vehicle, driving the vehicle, the sole occupant of the vehicle. Trooper Keller did testify at the time of the traffic stop.
Judge, I don't know how the people can say that without having a witness get on that stand and say, I recognize this individual sitting next to defense counsel wearing this clothing as the Timothy Fry that's described. It's a procedural thing that they do in every case. I don't know why they didn't do it here. If these witnesses just didn't have the right knowledge, I don't know, but they didn't do it. I don't know how the people can just toss up a name and that automatically translates into probable cause. I don't think that works.
And if I could say, I know the defense counsel is trying to push the people into presenting their case in a particular way, but it is not true that in every single case, someone gets up on the stand and says, that's the guy who points to the defendant. There are ways for identification to be proven in cases to be bound over without someone sitting on the stand, pointing to the defendant, identifying them by name and describing their clothing. So I think while defense.
Well, let me stop you because it's never happened in my 22 years on the bench. So explain to me how you're going to do it today with nobody saying that was the guy that was in the fusion that got stopped.
I believe that the Trooper Keller did testify initially that the individual that was arrested was Timothy Fry. And the individual that is before Your Honor today is Timothy Fry. I guess maybe if Your Honor would allow supplemental testimony from Trooper Keller on this issue, if we could reopen the proofs briefly.
Well, if he's still here, let's do this first of all. I don't think there's anything vague. Let him listen to me for just a minute.
I'm sorry.
I don't think there's anything vague in the wording of the search warrant. It says target suspect, target vehicle, and then it says furthermore, any other vehicles that are located on the curtilage. So I think the search warrant certainly covered the fusion, even though the fusion wasn't at the house on Wexford, or that specific address on Wexford. I'm also going to allow, for probable cause purposes, the testimony that I heard today without any reports or anything else, to establish probable cause that the substances that were found were contraband and controlled substances. Now let's put your trooper on the stand so we can take care of an ID issue.
Thank you, Judge.
Trooper Keller, you're still under oath. Come on up. Watch your step on my ramp. You can bring that with you. You're all right. Proceed, Ms. Biggerstaff.
Thank you, Judge. Just to back up, so when you were searching the black backpack that you found in the trunk,
Yes.
are there any other items you recovered in that backpack that you did not previously testify to?
There could have been, I would just have to refresh my recollection with the report.
Did you recover any paperwork from inside the backpack? Would looking at your report.
Yeah, I would need the report just to double check. I apologize.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recover any paperwork from inside the backpack?
I did recover it. It was not seized.
What did you observe in the backpack paperwork-wise?
Paperwork for Mr. Timothy Fry.
Your Honor, I'll list an objection for best evidence rule. If the paperwork was not seized and is not being offered into evidence, the contents of a writing can't be testified to by a witness if they're contained in a writing. I don't know if they're still on evidence or not. They say they weren't seized, but it's not clear what was done with it. Not meeting any one of the other exceptions, I believe it's contained in MRE 1004. People can't use that witness testimony to testify as to what's on the writing.
Judge, he can testify as to what he observed. I'm asking him what he observed in the backpack, just like everything else he's testified up to this point, what he observed in the backpack that hasn't been produced. People don't have to produce the writing in the backpack.
I just don't see how this is different than if, let's say, the officer watched the surveillance video and then comes into court and testifies to what he saw in the surveillance video when he wasn't a firsthand witness to the events contained in there. That this would be the same thing, in my opinion.
He is a firsthand witness. He opened the backpack
Yeah.
and he saw him.
He's a first, yeah. Hold on just a minute.
Oh, thank you.
Flesh it out. What do you see?
What type of paperwork was in the backpack?
I can't recall the exact type of paperwork that was in there, but it did have Mr. Timothy Fry's name on it.
And before you made the location to search the vehicle, well, let me ask you this. Do you recall if it was like a bill, a postcard? Do you have any recollection as to what the item was?
Not 100% unless there was a photograph of said item taken. But like I said, I can't be 100% certain, and nor do I want to stick myself in testifying to something specific in it not being 100% accurate.
Okay. And if I could just have a moment, Judge.
Sure.
And you indicated that looking at a picture may refresh your recollection as to what was recovered from inside the backpack?
Yes, ma'am.
May you approach the witness?
You may.
Do you recognize what you're looking at here?
Yes.
And for the record, I have shown this to defense counsel previously, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, what are you looking at?
It appears that it's a referral order from something medical.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object. If she's refreshing recollection, he's not going to be allowed to testify to what this is without moving for its admission.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
How do you where do you recognize it from?
inside the vehicle.
Okay, what is it?
It's a piece of paper with Mr. Fry's name on it.
What type of document is it?
It's a referral order or a piece of medical documentation with his name on it.
Okay, did you recover, how many of these documents did you recover from inside the bag?
I
Was
can't
it in
exactly say how many documents were inside the bag, but in that photo, there appears to be 3 photos.
there? Do you recall there being more than one?
Yes,
Okay, do you recall there being about 3 medical documents inside the bag?
yes.
And before you made the location of the vehicle to search the vehicle, did you receive some information as to any occupants of the vehicle?
Yes, that Mr. Fry was the sole.
Your Honor, I'm
occupant.
going to object for the hearsay component of that, or at least it should be taken for a non-substantive purpose.
I think it goes to the effect on the listener. In the course of the investigation, he received this information and based on the information he got, this is what he did next.
And that would-
Maybe, let's find out.
Yes.
Judge, I'll just say, request that the court take that for a non-substantive
Yeah.
purpose.
I got you.
What information did you receive?
Prior to us executing the search warrant, Mr. Fry had left his residence in the suspect vehicle, which is the black Ford Fusion, and a traffic stop was going to be conducted on him. He was the sole occupant of said vehicle. Traffic stop was conducted on him. This was all relayed to me via radio and or communications. We executed the search warrant, and then Mr. Fry was subsequently taken to, I believe it was Van Buren Township Police Department for lodging, which is at which point in time I left the search warrant at the residence or the venue that's described here. I went over to the location where the traffic stop was conducted, saw the suspect vehicle, verified it was it. It was unoccupied at the time. I conducted a search of the
Okay.
vehicle.
Did you ever go to the Van Buren Township where the suspect was lodged?
Negative.
Okay. Before the search warrant was conducted, was a briefing done?
Yes.
And was part of that briefing on the target subject that you were investigating?
Yes.
And were you given some personal information about the suspect?
Yes. His name, date of birth, race, height, weight.
Okay, and do you remember the date of birth that was provided in the briefing?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. This is hearsay. I don't know. obviously the people are trying to do this for the course of the investigation. It's all non-substantive. I'm trying to understand what the relevance is if it's non-substantive.
Relevance.
Judge, I think this will go for identification. If the trooper can indicate the birthday of the suspect that they were looking to investigate, and then the individual that was stopped is that same individual let me back up, I'm sorry. During the briefing, they were given the name of the individual, the birth date, and a physical appearance, which the trooper just testified to, asking what those qualifications were. Then the trooper testified that the officers saw this person leave the house, get into the vehicle, be the sole occupant of the vehicle, be traffic stopped, and then be arrested, and then be lodged based on that. And I think it's relevant, the physical characteristics and the birthday and the name of the individual they were investigating, because they indicated that that was the individual they saw come out of the house and was subsequently arrested, and it would go to identification, which is the purpose for this officer taking the stand.
And Judge, that's all fine and well. The problem is all of this is for a non-substantive purpose because it's all hearsay. So what difference does it make what the birth date and description was given if it doesn't come in as evidence? It's all it is coming in as an indication of why this officer did what he did, but not for a substantive purpose. The people want to use it for identification, which is a substantive purpose. I don't see how that works.
If this trooper never came in contact with Defendant Fry, how's he going to identify Defendant Fry?
He's going to identify the suspect that was the target of the investigation, the suspect that they were briefed on, and then based on his knowledge of the investigation and what he has participated in, that suspect of the investigation is the same individual they saw come out of the house and the same individual that was traffic stopped.
So he's going to identify the man in the chair in the blue based on general physical description and date of birth that was given to him in a briefing?
Potentially.
And Judge, I think it's a bigger problem than that because they're relying on hearsay from the officers who conducted the surveillance of this suspect leaving the location and making the assertion that he was the sole occupant of the vehicle. If this officer never encountered that subject, we're importing hearsay from these other officers without taking their testimony.
And Your Honor, in that case, well, aside from the issue of this officer, the people would ask this court respectfully if we could hold this exam in part and bring in the trooper that did the traffic stop to have his testimony as to who he traffic stopped, and clear the issue up.
That would do it.
Yes.
Because I don't see how I can bind that gentleman over on these charges without somebody to say, this is the guy that we searched his house and we searched his vehicle and we searched his backpack. And give me, I'm willing to listen to anything you got to tell me today, but until I hear somebody say, yeah, that's the guy that was the subject of the search warrant, I don't know how I bind him over.
Yes, Judge, and that the people would respectfully ask to come back another day and have that trooper come and testify before Your Honor as to his participation in this traffic stop and what he observed.
Mr. Ordos?
I will list an objection that the people should have come prepared today, knowing their own case, to prepare and have the right witnesses. I'll also indicate that Mr. Fry has been incarcerated for some time, obviously ever since April of this year, on a parole absconder status. He caused to be delivered to the people a 180-day letter, which took until July to do. So his case has been pending for a very long time. I think any adjournment should not be permitted to the people to make up for their own faults. This is something that should have been foreseen by them as an issue, and the court should not reward that kind of negligence. I think the proper remedy here is to dismiss the case, and if they decide that they've got enough evidence to come back, they can come back and perhaps even order the transcript of this proceeding to save them from having to recall the same witnesses. I
don't entirely disagree with you, but in the interest of efficiency, let's find out how long it would take to get a trooper here. Why don't let me just pass on this for a few minutes, find out what's the trooper's name.
The people would be calling either Belleville Officer DeVos or Sharkengoss are the two that did the
Even
traffic.
better than a trooper. So make some phone calls, find out how soon we can get somebody here. We might be able to do this today.
You want me to call him right now?
Yeah, sure. Trooper, you can step down.
Judge, my only concern is I do have another in-person preliminary examination at 1:30 in Detroit, so I will have to get moving soon.
Okay, let's find out. I mean, for all I know, one of those guys is on the road today. Let's find out.
You want me to, I'll make the call now?
Yeah, go ahead. You want to check and see if we got anybody on our 12 o'clock, which is Collins.
I'm gonna step out for this.
Hold on a minute. Who were the officers?
DeVos and Schreckenbach.
Ah. Bettendorf is here now. They're supposed to be, so. Yeah, that would have been too easy. What's new?
Now, 12 o'clock warrant, everyone's here to the defense attorney.
Who is that, by the way?
Bell, Cameron Bell.
Tim, do you know if Darian's in the building yet? Yeah, if she's okay with it.
No, I mean,
No, I'm just gonna leave him there.
Yeah.
His emergency, his lack of planning.
And he's, oh, I can't wait. I'm calling you back because I'm not home. And so I'm like, he just got on.
Right. So, two things. Two things. It's kind of gotten, like I said, so they put the big truck. Yeah, those two spaces, right?
Judge, Officer DeVos is down the way.
On the way?
On the way.
Beautiful. We'll pass until that. Mr. Hordos, watch your clock. If you get nervous, let me know.
All right, we'll do. I'm checking travel time right now.
Sure. So, one of the investors said, Jeff, we need to approach. So, if you this case, we have 3 civil lawsuits on this case.
I'll leave by 12:45.
Mr. Bickle, for 4 years, depositions, testimony, everything in this case. And yet today, he said, short guys are the driver, tall guys in the fight. She said, I'm completely floored. She said, but this is a major issue. This is an identity issue. Now all of a sudden, he's switching their role. So what'd you do? I dismissed him. I looked at Jane Taylor, she says, Judge. No, she said, Judge, how do I know that he really identified him the other way, all these different definitions? The defense attorney said, Judge, we sent her and her supervisor every one of the transcripts, 11 calls of testimony, and some of the transcripts. She said, Judge, I don't have time to read all the transcripts. The prosecutor doesn't want to know everything the defense says. My point is,
No, you're okay. Yeah, these are all like, this is all like background stuff. These like anonymous tips. Here, so surveillance. Sorry.
Yeah, then let's get started on that.
Okay, bye.
We're not gonna just twiddle our thumbs until Bart gets here. Where do we go?
Let me get the name of this person.
Oh, are you kidding? She doesn't remember.
Smith says that he gets around.
Yeah, no, I honestly think she forgot about it. Because we had a big, we had a bunch of people over for dinner Wednesday night, and, Thursday morning was our anniversary. I think she just completely forgot about it. You know what? No,
Here, extra right here.
not last week, I had a little rush out.
Right, but that might be enough to know.
We're gonna kick you out just for a while later so I can get another one started.
All right, Judge, my cutoff will be 12:45 or 12.
I don't think that's gonna be a problem.
Okay,
I think we'll get you in and out of there.
appreciate it, thank you.
Mr. Fry, we'll get you back in here as soon as we can. No, one of my buddies did. Yeah, three of us were up there, and two of us had real good hunts. I was just like, nothing happened for me, but the one guy had 5 deer. Ron Lowe. Ron had 5 deer in that little spot for me for like almost 2 hours. And he passed on a big doe because he thought he was gonna get a chance to buck, but he didn't get a chance to buck. But he had an exciting night. He never took a shot.
And did you ever see?
I saw one deer came in downwind to me. I heard her coming. I'm like, okay, she's gonna come over here. And then all of a sudden I hear the wind was blowing from me to her. I was watching this whole area here. And by the time she gets done starting, I'm like, well, nobody's coming in from over there now. Because they heard her over here.
That's Thursday in the bathroom right now, so you can tell, she must have, I think, off of a deal. And here's the reason, right?
Sure, why not plead at the day of the exam?
Hey, how many, final personnel have you had?
You know what? I was just thinking, I want to follow up with her on that and ask her, because I don't know if they've all had final pre-trial.
Yeah. Because this will be your second jury trial coming up?
I haven't had one yet. The first one pled, and the second one, she got to have Carol send the panels out. So now we're trying, our next date, we would get everybody together in December. Have you ever seen, I told her, I mean, my memory sucks, but I don't think I've ever had an exam where somebody didn't say, from here, that's him.
You're right.
And I don't know how you can do it. It's like that, I was just telling her about the carjack case a couple weeks ago. When the victim switched him around. It's elemental. Somebody's got to take all these facts I just heard about and tie that guy in that chair to the facts. And this trooper can't do it because he didn't deal with it. Well, what I was waiting for is somebody to say, when I was briefed before we went out on the raid, I had a picture, and that's the guy in the picture. That would have been it. But I don't think he ever actually got to see the search warrant.
And what about the OIC?
Yeah, I don't know why she couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
What was she there, though? She tested the stuff, she tested the police department.
Oh, I don't know. They dropped him off there. You think somebody, maybe that's what the boss is.
Gonna make that easy.
Just threw the other council off.
Mr. Kearney.
Hi, Judge. How are you?
I would like, oops, sorry.
You got two choices. You can either drive in or you can wait until the prosecutor's got a chance to talk to you about whether or not your guy can zoom in.
So the court won't entertain unless the prosecutor agrees, won't entertain letting,
Correct.
entertain. Understood.
Correct. Your guy wanted a live exam, so I'm assuming she's got all her people here. So if she objects to your guy zooming in, then we're not gonna Zoom. If she's okay with it, then we'll Zoom. But in the meantime, I've got the stuff that was scheduled before 2:30. So you can either drive and talk to her personally or hang out where you're at, and as soon as I'm freeing her up, she'll talk to you.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
Yep.
He indicated he didn't think she was coming. I just would like a chance to confirm with her that that's the case before I agree to let them do bicycle.
Oh, you mean she being your Vic?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. When you get a chance, make a phone call, do whatever you gotta do. Are we ready on Collins?
Yes, I think as soon as the defense attorney is done speaking with his client.
Okay. You haven't seen Cheyenne lately.
Did she too? Did she?
She already popped.
It's just, and I said, movie.
And Evelyn just like talking all the time. Can't understand it, but talking all the time.
Oh,
Yeah.
is
Oh.
she? Now that she
And,
can.
and she decided that because from the beginning, it's like, what you call them, like, I don't know, she'll figure it out. Like, I'm not gonna be able to. That's not gonna be able to. Not your.
Yeah, right.
So, okay, she'll figure it out. Timmy, the girls are getting the most money. So Timmy calls her.
Get out of here.
Right, your day off.
Oh, he's not after my phone.
So now Evelyn started calling him Timmy. So I came down to my office. Because yesterday, she was on her way over, and Cheyenne's filming her while she's talking to her in the back seat. Who do you want to see? I want to see Timmy Papa. Because she just saw him Wednesday night. They were in the hospital. Well, who else do you want to see? I want to see me Papa. Yeah, so I think my official name might be for at least a couple years, me Papa. Like she's Italian or something. But I think it's cute the way she got Timmy's Papa.
And she knows. Isn't it something like really smart?
Yeah, they are. All right, appearances on the People versus Christopher Collins, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Darian Fortier on behalf of the people, PA 3359.
Good morning, Your Honor. Cameron Bell on behalf of Mr. Collins, who stands for system on left, P number 81934.
Thank you. Are we ready?
Yes, Judge.
All right, just before we start, I want to warn you. I started an exam. We're waiting for one witness to get here to take like probably a 3 or 4 minute wrap up, maybe 5 to that exam. So I might interrupt you just for a minute so we can get that one out of here because Mr. Hortis is trying to get downtown for another
That's
exam. So it might be disjointed. I just wanted to warn you ahead of time. Are we ready?
Judge, people just have 2 preliminary matters. My first would be, I know we're on Zoom and YouTube and all these things, but I would ask for a mutual order of sequestration. An exception for my officer in charge of my victim advocate.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. And you two do not have to jump to talk to me. It's okay if you do, but if you stay seated, you're all right.
My
Go ahead.
second thing, Judge, is that I do have a certified copy of the personal protection order and a certified copy of the register of actions pertaining to the personal protection order, which I'd like to enter into evidence under the court rules 76611 for exam purposes only.
Mr. Bell, any objection to that?
No objection, Your Honor.
May I
Thank you.
approach the public?
Come on up. Yep. Just give it to Mary Ann, she'll mark it. You want to mark it as an exhibit, right?
Yes.
People's 1,
And I called in too.
1 and 2.
The register of actions being 2 and the PPO being 1.
Thank you. First witness.
Thank you, Judge. The people call Bailey Miller.
Ms. Miller, all the way up front. Watch your step right here on the frame. Raise your right hand for me. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You have a seat right here. Make yourself comfortable. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Bailey Millard, Millard.
Thank you. Ms. Fortner.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Miller. Could you state your name for the record again, please?
Bailey Millard.
Ms. Miller, are you familiar with Leo's Coney Island at 9624 Belleville Road?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that address?
it's my job.
Is that in the city of Van Buren?
Yes,
Were you employed at that Leo's Coney Island on, I believe it's June 1st?
yes, I was.
Are you familiar with a Christopher Collins?
Yes,
How are you familiar with Christopher Collins?
he's my ex-boyfriend.
Do you see Christopher Collins in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you tell me where he's seated and something he's wearing?
he's seated to the right and wearing a gray button-up shirt.
Noted for the record.
Thank you, Judge. Did you at any time get a personal protection order against Mr. Collins?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you got a personal protection order?
In May 20th? I'm not sure.
If I told you May 26th of 2021, would that sound right to you?
Yes,
And did you give the PPO to someone to serve it?
yes, I gave it to Lieutenant Chip.
Do you know what day it was served?
No, I do not.
Did you see Mr. Collins after that May 26th date?
I'm not quite sure. I don't really remember right now.
You don't remember seeing him, or you don't remember?
I haven't had any contact with him in person after that date, no.
Did you see him at Leo's Coney Island at any point?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember that date?
It was the day that Lieutenant Chip served him with the PPO.
Were you there when Lieutenant Chip served him with the PPO?
No, I had just left right after it so that I wasn't present.
When you saw Mr. Collins at the Leo's Coney Island, where were you?
I was outside talking on the
Oh,
phone.
1 second.
Sorry.
Sorry, Judge, just for the record, that's my officer that's gonna testify to service, so I just wanted to pause till he.
That's fine.
One more time, I'm sorry.
Are we talking about the day that I was just talking about?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I saw him when I was outside on the phone with Lieutenant Chip.
What was he doing?
He was in the car and his sister was coming in the building.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with either one of them?
No, I walked away
Why did you walk away?
because she had mentioned to one of my coworkers that she was looking for me.
And did you at any point invite either one of them to come to your work?
No,
Did you want them to come to your work?
no,
How did you feel about them coming to your work?
I felt scared
Why did you feel scared?
because his sister mean mugged me and then walked in the building, grabbed a menu and then walked out
I'm
after
sorry.
asking for
I'm
me.
sorry, I didn't hear you. Mean mugged you, walked in and grabbed something?
She grabbed a carryout menu, asked where I was, and then walked out.
Did you have any other opportunities to speak with Mr. Collins?
No, I didn't want to.
Okay, was there any other form of communication?
He texted me on a fake messenger account and said that my little brother and mom were home alone and it'd be a shame if anything happened to them.
Okay, when was that?
The same day that my PPO was handed to him.
Was there a break in between when you saw him at Leo's Coney Island and when he texted you?
Yes.
How do you know, you said it was a fake account?
Yes.
How do you know it was Mr. Collins?
Because I don't have any problems with anybody else and he lives near my house.
What did you take that text to mean?
I'm sorry?
What did you take that text to mean about your family?
That he'd hurt my little brother or my mom.
Was there any other communication between you and Mr. Collins?
No.
Did he text you any other times?
He texted me on fake accounts all the time. I ended up making a whole new social media.
Okay. Were the times that he messaged you on those other accounts after the Leo's Coney Island incident?
Yes,
What kind of things would, okay, first of all, you said more fake accounts. How do you know that these fake accounts were Mr. Collins?
because the things he was saying, like I cheated on him and everything like that, he's the only one that would know that. And because he sent pictures of me to myself, to the boyfriend at the time, his mom, and my own dad at the time also.
Okay, the pictures that he sent, does anyone else have
No,
access to those pictures?
only him.
Okay, what kind of things was he, grammar's hard. What kind of things, thank you. What kind of things was he saying in those text messages?
He was telling my boyfriend at the time that I cheated on him and that I'd just use him and leave him for Chris, and that I was going on a date with him on certain days and that I was meeting him and things like that.
Okay, how did those texts make you feel?
Upset, terrified.
And did you indicate that you didn't want any contact with Mr. Collins?
Yes, I asked him to leave me and my boyfriend at the time alone.
Okay, how many times did you say?
Quite a few times, about 5, 6.
May I just have one moment, Judge?
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's here. We're gonna get to spend out over here.
Judge, may I approach?
Sure.
Do you, excuse me, do you recognize what we just handed you?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's screenshots of fake accounts, of one of the fake accounts messaging me.
Is that one of the accounts that provided you with information only Mr. Collins would have?
Yes,
Is that the conversation that you just testified to about the threatening of your mom and your brother?
yes.
We'll move for admission of People's Exhibit 3.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, here's the interruption I told you about.
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you need her to step down?
Yeah, I want to fill that. Actually, no.
No?
He's loud enough. We can have him. You can stay right here. I'm going to ask, you ready to bring him in? All right, I'm going to ask you two to step back so we can put Mr. Hortos and his client at that chair. Ladies, come on up. Bart, come on up, please. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, you know what? That's a good place for you. Yeah, right there. Mr. Fry, have a seat with Mr. Hortos, if you would, please. Back on the record, I should probably get appearances again, attorneys.
Anna
Appearances.
Bickerstaff on behalf of the people.
Jonathan Hortis, P7894 on behalf of Mr. Fry.
All right. Officer Voss, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
I do.
All right. State your name.
Officer Bart DeVos.
All right. Ms. Bickerstaff, would you like to ask Officer DeVos a question or two?
Judge, only request is if we could have Mr. DeVos stand to
You
the
know
side
what?
of the podium so we can actually see.
Bart, give me your back.
Thank
Yeah,
you, Judge.
that's, I'm not going to take it disrespectfully.
Thank you, Judge. you say your name again for the record?
Officer Bart DeVos,
How are you currently employed?
currently employed with the City of Belleville Police Department.
How long have you been working in that capacity?
With the City of Belleville since May of 2018. Prior to that, I retired from the Van Buren Township Police Department.
And back on the date of August 8th, 2021, were you in the area of 105 Wexford in the City of Belleville, County of Wayne?
Yes, I was.
And back on that date, what were you doing?
I was on patrol, and I also had communication with Officer Smith or Sergeant Smith in reference to a search warrant that was taking place.
And what did you do based on that information?
I went by the residence a couple times during the day. At this particular time, I was notified by dispatch that a vehicle was leaving that premises that was being searched and that they needed the vehicle stopped.
And what did you do?
I conducted a traffic stop on that vehicle.
And how were you dressed back on that date?
Full uniform, fully marked patrol unit.
Were you alone or with a partner?
I was alone. I had a partner on the road that backed me up after the stop.
And you indicated you conducted a traffic stop, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
On what vehicle?
It was a black.
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
The vehicle you stopped?
Yes.
Can you approach the witness?
Absolutely.
It was a Ford Focus,
Okay.
black in color.
And how many people were in the vehicle?
One person.
Who was the person that you identified in the vehicle?
That'd be Mr. Fry, gentleman over here.
And are you pointed, you indicate, you see someone in court today that was in the vehicle at the time you did a traffic stop?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what he's wearing and explain where he's seated?
He's wearing the blue jacket with the yellow inside liner with the blue shirt.
Will the record identify the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
Noted.
And where was that individual seated in the vehicle?
Driver's seat.
And was there anyone else in the vehicle?
No.
Okay, and what do you do after you do the traffic stop?
I had Officer Schreckengast from the City of Belleville back me up, and there was a unit that was conducting the search warrant. They made the location.
And was that individual subsequently arrested?
Yes,
And were they taken away from the scene?
yes.
Do you know where they were taken to?
I believe they're transported to Van Buren Township Police Department for lodging.
And did you have any other involvement in this case other than conducting the traffic stop?
I believe I assisted on some of the search of the vehicle.
Okay. And did you recover anything from inside the vehicle?
I believe there was weapons and a gun and some drugs found in the vehicle, in the trunk of the vehicle.
Okay, and do you recall which officers came to the location to help aid or help search the vehicle?
I do not. It was one of the officers that came from the search warrant team.
Do you know what agency they would have been with? You don't know.
It was
You
an
don't know.
undercover agency. I'm not.
Okay. I passed the witness.
Mr. Hortos?
All right, have you ever met Mr. Fry before?
I have.
Okay, and have you seen this individual since the time that you arrested
I
him?
have not.
When you came into court today, were you shown a picture when you spoke to the prosecutor, were you shown a picture of this individual?
I seen a picture of him when I was going through my report because I just got notified I was working road patrol today. I didn't know I had court today.
Okay, was your identification today based on that picture?
No.
Now, you said you made an assistance with the search. I see you're wearing a body camera. Did you have that at the time?
Negative. Brand new.
When did you receive that?
The body cams?
Yes.
We just got them 4 months ago, 5 months ago.
Did you review the search warrant at all before you assisted in the search of the vehicle?
I did not.
Did dispatch inform you for the reason that you were stopping the vehicle besides they wanted it stopped and searched?
Other than that, that was the suspect from the residence in which they were doing the search warrant.
Okay, so they
advised me that possibly armed and dangerous.
Okay. But they didn't tell you we've got a search warrant for that vehicle?
They did not.
Did you begin to search the vehicle before any other officers arrived?
I believe the other officers were there. I don't recall.
Do you recall if you initiated the search or not?
Whether I initiated?
Yes.
Yes, I was looking for the weapon in which they said it was dangerous for me.
Okay, so let me You get this individual out of the driver's seat, right?
Mhm.
You place them in handcuffs, right?
Correct,
And put them in the back of your squad car?
correct,
Okay, and it's at that point that you go back looking for the weapon?
correct.
And that was before the other officers arrived?
I can't recall whether they were there already or if I did it prior. I believe they were on scene.
Okay, fair enough. No further questions, thank you.
Just one brief question. Did I show you any pictures here today?
No.
Okay, I have no further questions.
No repress.
Thank you, officer. Stay safe.
People have no further witnesses, Judge, and would move to bind over on the counts containing the information.
Mr. Hordos?
No witnesses. The only thing I would add to my earlier arguments is I'm going to make an objection based on lack of constructive possession. I don't think there was any witness that indicated that Mr. Fry had the backpack in his possession when he entered the vehicle. It's located in the trunk. They said there were drugs found in a sealed magnetic container. The officer specifically said it was designed for the purpose of hiding them. I would say that there's not been a sufficient showing that he knew that the drugs were there in the trunk.
I can't say it, Ms. Bickerstaff?
Yes,
It's not-
Judge, I believe the people have proven to a probable cause standard. That bag was in the vehicle that the defendant was driving. That was the defendant's known vehicle, as is evidenced in the search warrant as being the target vehicle that Mr. Fry was driving and occupying. Additionally, there was multiple medical paperwork documents found in the backpack that the drugs were also found in, as well as the defendant being the only individual in the vehicle at the time of the stop. So I do believe that I've proven to a probable cause standard that Mr. Fry did have dominion and control over that backpack in the vehicle and also the drugs inside of the backpack and all of the weapons inside of the vehicle.
I agree. I think there's probable cause. Find over. AOI date is going to be set at November 8th, 9 a.m. Bond will be continued. And Mr. Fortas, Mr. Fry has a 2021 disobey traffic signal. You know about that ticket out of Romulus? It's in default. I'm inclined to just close it, give him credit for time served. You're suspended on that one, but right now it sounds like the driver's license is not your main concern. Understood? All right, good luck downtown, gentlemen.
Understood, thank you, Judge. Next one's gonna be on Zoom, okay? Yep, see you soon.
All right, let's play, musical chairs again. Mr. Hardos, drive safe.
Yes, thanks, Judge.
Miss Miller, you're still under oath. Are you okay? You all right?
Just for the record, I did publish exhibit for you to the court.
Correct, yep.
I have no further questions. Pass the witness.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Miller, first things first. Now on June 2nd, you're alleging that Mr. Collins was in the passenger or was inside of the vehicle that was outside of Leo's. Is that correct?
I believe it was June 1st, but yes.
Okay. And you, based upon where you were standing in the restaurant, you were able to see Mr. Collins?
Objection, that's not what she testified to. She testified that she was outside.
Okay.
I think so.
Now, based upon you being outside, were you able to observe anything as to what Mr. Collins may have been wearing, how his hair looked, anything like that?
No, I was trying to get away because I didn't want to be near him or his family.
Are you certain that the person that was allegedly in this vehicle, are you certain that that was Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Okay, and you're stating for the record that you were not able to identify anything that Mr. Collins was wearing or anything because you were scared. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was there anybody else inside of that vehicle when you were outside?
It was his sister and his niece.
Okay, and were you able to observe anything that they were wearing?
No. His
Okay.
sister was wearing a gray hoodie though, I believe.
Okay, and when you observed his sister wearing the hoodie, did his sister say anything to you?
No, as I stated before, she mean mugged me, walked into the restaurant, asked where I was, grabbed a carryout menu, and then walked out.
Okay, and you did not have a PPO against Mr. Collins' sister, is that correct?
No,
Okay, and had you ever had any previous interaction with Mr. Collins' sister?
not since we were dating, no.
Okay, and as of the June 2nd, 2021 date, at least according to the report, how long, at least up to that point in time, were you and Mr. Collins broken up?
I'm not sure.
Objection to the relevance.
Your Honor,
She answered it. Move on.
I didn't hear the answer.
Not sure.
Okay. Approximately how long, strike that. Your boyfriend at the time was Mr. Bettinger?
Objection to the relevance.
Your Honor,
Relevant.
it's relevant based upon, it's in the police report. He was one of the individuals that had spoken with the police officer when they came to the scene. So he obviously, and this is shown in the video, Your Honor, that he observed what was going on, and he was speaking with the officers about the incident as to why we're here today.
And I would argue that if the defense wishes to have questions about her boyfriend at the time, they could have called him as a witness.
I'm not asking about personal knowledge as to what Mr. Bettinger knew. I'm just asking as to whether whether she actually spoke with him about the incident. That the officer was called to the scene as a result of this.
But how's it relevant to my probable cause decision making?
It's relevant, Your Honor, because she was speaking with him in regards to the incident. I'm not asking about personal information as to what he may have said or anything. I'm just asking just a basic question as to his presence at the scene.
Well, you know he was there because he's in the police report.
Correct. And I'm just trying to follow up on that. I'm not trying to get into any.
But we're still back to relevance. How is anything about that guy relevant to my decision making today as to your client?
Just because he was speaking with the officer as to the incident.
Okay.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
I don't see its relevance.
Now I want to go to the text messages that you were receiving. Are you certain that all of the text messages that you were receiving were from Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Okay, and then in the past, had Mr. Collins text you from numbers that were not his?
No, because he wasn't blocked then.
Okay. And at what point in time did you block Mr. Collins?
I'm not sure of the date, but I blocked him and changed my number and my social medias as well.
Okay. Now, an officer did arrive at the scene that night, correct?
Correct.
And, okay. Now, you allege that there were some photographs that were sent to you that only Mr. Collins would have had. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what exactly were these photographs?
They were nude pictures of me.
Okay, and any reason were these pictures produced to law enforcement at all?
No, they weren't because I didn't have any proof of it, but David Bittenbetter, my boyfriend at the time, did show the police because they went through his phone.
And, okay, so are you alleging, strike that, did Mr. Collins have David's number to your knowledge?
Yes, he did, and he had all of his social medias.
Okay. And did Mr. Collins ever have any reason to reach, to your knowledge, did Mr. Collins ever have any reason to reach out to him?
Yes, because he told him, and I quote, "If I can't have her, then nobody can."
Okay. Any reason as to why, when the situation occurred, when they were at the Leos that night, as to why any photographs or anything like that were not taken?
Objection to speculation. Why would she know that?
She was
You
outside.
can ask her why she didn't take any photos. That would be appropriate. But why somebody else didn't take photos, I think that's pure speculation.
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah. Did you take any photographs when you were outside of the Leos coming out in that night?
No, I didn't because I didn't have my phone on me.
Okay. And when you were outside and you had observed the vehicle being there, was there anybody else outside with you?
Eventually, after he said he'd pull up to my house with his friends and his dad, my brother came out and told him to leave, and he drove off.
Okay, and have you had any issues, or has anybody else reached out to you since this PPO has been issued?
If you're talking about the defendant and the fake accounts,
And let me kind of preface my question. Prior to the incident as to why we're here today, have you had any other?
Objection to relevance.
Well, let me hear the question. Don't answer the question.
Okay, so as I'm just prefacing my question here, after this incident as to why we're here today, there was one incident obviously that led to the aggravated stalking charge. Now, have you had anybody else reach out to you from a random number since June 2nd?
Is that any objection to that?
No, maybe it was just reported weird.
Okay, now you can answer that.
yes, I did.
Okay, and was that from a number that you recognized?
No, it was from Snapchats.
Okay, and was the Snapchat username anything that you recognized?
They'd be like Chris Collins, and then that'd be the username itself, and then the name on top of it would be like Lucas is a target, or I'll kill Lucas, you're not safe, my address, my boyfriend at the time's address, my boyfriend at the time's address, I mean, not address, my boyfriend at the time, his car was keyed also, saying coming for you, my car was keyed, multiple things.
Okay, and you're no longer with Mr. Bittinger based upon your testimony?
Objection to relevance.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Bittinger may have a previous history of stalking himself.
Objection to relevance. He's not the defendant.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, the relevance is Your Honor, I'll just move on. Do you know as to whether Mr. Collins was actually served with the PPO?
I'm sorry?
Do you know as to whether Mr. Collins was actually served with the PPO personally?
Yes,
Okay. And that's based upon your interaction with the police officer?
yes, Lieutenant Chip Bazzi.
Okay. And you previously testified and stated that there were usernames that seemed to have an association with Mr. Collins that were contacting you. Any reason why no pictures or anything like that were taken of those messages that you received?
I made multiple reports and the police officers themselves saw it and wrote it down on notepads from my phone.
Okay. At any point in time after the June 2nd incident, when the Van Buren officer arrived at the scene, did you have any further contact with Mr. Collins personally after that date?
Yes.
Okay, and are you able to, I guess, what was the content of that conversation you had with Mr. Collins?
It was the fake Snapchat names and everything, as I stated before.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Collins' personal phone number is?
Yes, I do, but not by heart.
Okay. Any idea as to what the area code is?
734.
And the text messages that you were allegedly receiving, were these from area codes that were not 734?
They were from 313 numbers and multiple other ones.
Okay.
Multiple, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the words.
Multiple other ones.
Have you had a chance to review the police report prior to providing testimony today?
I'm sorry?
Did you have an opportunity to review the police report prior to giving testimony today?
No.
Have you ever seen a police report regarding this matter?
No.
Do you recall what vehicle it is that you've seen outside the Leos that night?
The first incident? Well, every
On-
incident, it's
yes.
a gray Fusion.
A gray
Fusion?
Fusion? Okay. And that's a vehicle that you knew to be associated with Mr. Collins' sister?
Oh, with his sister? No, it was a black Jeep kind of car. I thought you were talking about him when he came to Leo's.
Okay, so on June 2nd, when the Van Buren officer came to the scene and you were outside briefly and you observed a vehicle, that vehicle was a Jeep?
It was a black Jeep car,
Black
yes.
Jeep, okay. Can you give me an idea as to just where you were standing when you were outside that night?
I was standing outside the side door on the curb talking to Lieutenant Chip Bazzi.
Okay. And at any point in time, the officer never had any interaction with anybody that was in that black Jeep?
Objection what the officer did. She doesn't know what the officer did. She's not the officer.
Speculation?
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, if she was outside and the officer was there, she stated that she was speaking with him. So the officer would have had to have known.
Rephrase the question.
Yeah.
What she saw.
Now, when you were standing outside that night, did the officer that you were speaking with, was the black Jeep Compass, or was the black Jeep outside that night as you were speaking with the officer?
The officer was on the phone when she came to the restaurant.
Okay.
So there wasn't an
She-
officer present.
She being the sister.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Other than what we've already discussed here today, do you have anything else that would link Mr. Collins to any other correspondence that you have received?
Are you talking about like messages and everything?
Yes.
Just the things that he said and the messages and the pictures.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Forger.
Very briefly. When Mr. Collins and his sister came to the Leos, could you see his face in the car?
Yes, I could.
How long did you date Mr. Collins for?
A little over a year, I believe.
And during that year, did you spend a lot of time looking at him?
Yes.
So you could recognize his head in a car?
Yes.
Nothing further. This witness, oh, sorry.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, you stated when you were outside of the restaurant that night that you did not have your phone on you?
Objection goes beyond the scope of redirect.
I think so.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
You can sit down. Watch your step.
People
Next
call-
witness?
Yes, sir. The people call Lieutenant Body.
Come on up, Lieutenant. Raise your right hand. Swear, affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Watch your step. Settle in. You know the drill. Proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Can you state your name for the record?
Charles Bazzi,
Mr. Bazey, are you employed?
yes,
How are you employed?
by the Van Buren Township Police Department,
How long have you been employed by the Van Buren Police Department?
31 years.
Were you working in your capacity as an officer on June 1st or June 1st to June 2nd of 2021?
Yes,
Did you come in contact with a Christopher Collins?
yes, I did.
Do you see Christopher Collins in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you tell me where he's seated and something
See
he's
at the
wearing?
table with the defense counsel.
The record reflects that this witness has identified the defendant, Christopher Collins.
Noted.
Did you have an opportunity on June 1st or June 2nd to speak with Mr. Collins?
Yes, I did.
What was the nature of your conversation?
I advised Mr. Collins, I needed to speak with him regarding a matter. And he came up to the police department and I served him with a personal protection order.
Do you remember the names on the personal protection order?
I believe it was Bailey Millard.
And did you physically hand Mr. Collins a copy of the protection order?
It was a photocopy of the personal protection order. I also advised him it was in the Law Enforcement Information Network.
Okay, and was it your understanding that he was capable of reading and listening to English?
Yes.
Nothing further for this witness.
Mr. Bell.
Now, officer, were you the officer that responded to the scene the night in which the police were called at the Leos?
No, sir. I run a detective bureau. I don't usually go out on scenes.
Okay, so you were not at the scene on June 2nd, 2021 at all?
In the evening?
In the evening?
No.
Okay. And did you ever personally speak with Mr. Collins over the phone or anything like that?
Yeah.
On June 2nd?
Yeah, to have him come to the police department.
Okay. And okay. No further question, Your Honor.
When you saw Mr. Collins on that day, was it in the morning?
Yes, 10:55 a.m.
Okay, and then when you spoke, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Millard that day?
To be honest with you, I don't remember. In the morning, yes. After he was served with the PPO, I don't remember.
Okay, no further questions.
I've got one. I've heard two dates, June 1, June 2.
June 2.
That's the date you met with him personally?
That's the date I met with Ms. Millard and the date I served Mr. Collins.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for Lieutenant based on mine?
Nothing from the people.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chip. Stay safe. Anything else from the people?
Nothing further from the people, Judge.
Any defense witnesses, Mr. Bell?
No, Your Honor.
Ready for argument then?
Judge, I don't think it's necessary to rehash the testimony or the exhibits, but I think based on all the information provided today, that the people have more than met their probable cause burden and respectfully ask that you find over his charge in the information. Serve any further argument for rebuttal.
Mr. Bell?
Your Honor, I would just ask that this matter be dismissed. There was a lot of conflicting testimony by the complaining witness. She stated that she was not able to even recognize my client allegedly being in this vehicle when she was outside. I would think based upon my review of the body cam footage that was provided to me via discovery, that she would have had some kind of vantage point to be able to recognize Mr. Collins being in the back of a vehicle. I find it troubling that she's, here in court today stating that she's seen him. And then obviously this wasn't a part of the record here today, Your Honor, but it
If
was.
it's not objection, if it's not a part of the record, it shouldn't be used in argument.
I can move on
Go ahead.
from there, Your Honor. But as stated before, there was a lot of conflicting testimony from the witness as to whether she actually seen my client at the scene. I think there was consistent testimony that she actually seen my client's sister. However, I just find it a little troubling that she was able to recognize something that his sister was wearing, but she was not able, she was, obviously able, per her testimony, she was able to see through the vehicle in order to see that my client was in the back passenger seat, but she was not able to identify anything that he was wearing, how his hair was, or anything to that extent. I would ask that the matter be dismissed based upon the witness's failure to identify my witness being at the scene that led to the aggravated stopping charge, Your Honor.
Just briefly, Judge, I believe that's a misrepresentation of testimony. At no point did she say that she couldn't identify the defendant at the scene. She simply indicated that she didn't know what he was wearing. brother counsel has an issue with the fact that she could say something that the sister was wearing, but as she testified, the sister got out of the car. She testified that Mr. Collins did not get out of the car. So I think based on the information, again, provided that the people have met their burden, and again, respectfully ask for you to bind over.
Your Honor, may I just briefly?
Sure.
Your Honor, I understand, it's a question of fact when it comes down to the witness's testimony, but she did state that she was able to recognize what the sister was wearing, and she was also able to identify my client's niece allegedly being in the vehicle. So as stated before on my initial motion, I find it troubling that she was able to identify other people in the vehicle as well as what the sister was wearing, but was not able to identify anything as to what my client was wearing or anything like that based upon her vantage point. So I'll just leave it there, Your Honor.
Thank you. For me, not to bind over it would mean that I found Ms. Miller totally incredible. These so-called discrepancies that you point out are issues for the trier of fact, because I certainly don't find her incredible. So for that reason, I will bind over. The AOI date will be November 8, 9 a.m. or whenever they reschedule it. Anything else to bond?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask that the tether be removed, Your Honor. My client has not had any issue whatsoever since he's been placed on this tether. When we were previously here for the probable cause conference, Your Honor, I motioned for the tether to be removed at that time. As if the court remembers, my client had issues with his job as a relation to the tether going off, and either way it goes, it hasn't resulted in a bond violation or anything like that. My client has been compliant the entire time. He is working, and I think as far as employment goes, this is going to affect his ability to get another job. He has an interview scheduled for next week, and I believe by him having that tether on his leg, it's going to potentially knock him out of eligibility for that potential position. And based upon the fact that he has not had any issues while he has been on tether, I'm asking that the court remove the tether and allow for my client to check in via phone. Obviously, he has established a history of showing that he can be compliant and stay within the exclusion zones while on this tether. So I think at this point in time, based upon the burden that the tether has placed on my client and his compliance with it, that it should be removed, Your Honor.
Ms. Forder.
Judge, the people would object to removal of tether. This is an aggravated stalking case where the defendant is incredibly familiar with the complaining witness. Excuse me, I think the fact that it's an aggravated stalking and there was a violation of the PPO is evidence of Mr. Collins' inability to follow instruction. I also think that defense argument that there's been no violation of bond while he's been on the tether is not a persuasive argument. That's like saying I didn't get wet because I had an umbrella. So I respectfully ask that you deny the motion to reduce bond, remove the tether.
Where's the job interview at next week?
Marathon Petroleum. It's a higher paying job and everything, and like I have to be like 75 feet in the air and everything. So I'm not really sure how the tether's gonna like do with that. At my job right now, I'm able to charge my tether. At this job, I'm not gonna be able to. It's had multiple times where it's malfunctioned. I'll just be at home sitting there and it'll go off randomly. It went off 13 hours a couple of nights ago. I had to call in the morning to my tether officer and get it turned off. He had no idea why it went off. I'm not really sure why it's even still on me, really. I do understand it's related to my case, but I have not had any contact with her. I have no reason to have any contact with her. I don't wish to contact her. I'm just trying to really move on with my life and try to get better positions.
And Your Honor, just briefly, I
Go ahead.
would just like to note, it should account for something. The whole purpose of a tether is to keep them out of the exclusion zones. Now, it'd be one thing if my client was consistently going through these exclusion zones, or maybe have given the court some kind of, give the court the perception or the idea that he may even be, be trying to violate, his bond conditions. He hasn't done that, Your Honor. I think based upon, his performance on the tether, and since he's been on there, that the court should consider an alternative way of keeping track of his whereabouts.
I note the file shows that on September 15th, pretrial services was ordered. Was there ever a review?
Not that the people are aware of, Judge.
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
It's my understanding that they weren't doing outside of in custody during Corona.
Correct. If he was released in Heather, they won't handle it.
This was a month ago. September 15th.
They haven't changed their policy since,
All right.
I believe at least.
I'm not aware of any pretrial violation of any kind.
No,
Man, you-
that would be like that they review the information and then they give a suggestion as to what they believe should happen. So it wouldn't have been a violation. I will concede that it was not a violation.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Bell, see what the lady wants. She keeps waving her hand.
And Your Honor, I would just like to note for the record, after speaking with my client's mother, that my client requested to be placed on the tether at that time, that it was not the court's request. And obviously by him being placed on the tether, he has shown the ability to, stay away from the complaining witness in this matter. And I would just ask that the court allow for him to, take care of his bond issues via phone. He hasn't shown any inability to comply with the conditions that he's been placed on.
Well, the bond recommendation that came over from the department on June 4th for the arraignment requested a GPS tether. So I'm going to guess that the magistrate hung his hat on that. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Good luck downtown. Yeah, that's all for this case right here. It looks like Simona is our prosecutor for the next one.
And Jamie was just in here, everybody else is here.
Unbelievable.
Prosecutor. Been staying home when I really have to go to school and that stuff. There's nothing inside. Stay in the ceiling, and stay at the bottom of the walls. Boards on the bottom walls, everything, the windows. I do the ceiling too.
So no, is this, for whenever you retire, you're moving up there?
That, probably not, because once your grandkids, they're still down here. And the biggest thing is, health. The closest hospital is only minutes away. And you go there, you got anything. Major shipping there, you got, Saginaw.
Oh, wow.
Our plan right now is to keep this as long as it's paid for.
Oh.
Keep this as long as we can. We might move from where we are now into a ranch, that's in the area, or just kind of stairs. But.
And now where are you at now?
In West End, Palmer, Canyon. Your hand is.
Yeah.
You're all the way north, ends at Palmer. Chance that has a golf course.
Oh, yeah.
The right, First Street is Surrey Heights, Second Street, Rose Lane.
My brother lives at Palmer, Maryland.
Okay.
And this was, because that's where my grandma lived forever. It's an old neighborhood, so, yeah. I live at Waterford House.
So we'll either stay where we are now, or move to a smaller house.
So you have stairs, I take it?
Yeah, we keep, 4-bedroom colonial.
Oh, okay.
Okay, upstairs. And what I want, they have a floor on. So you can walk down 13 steps or walk up 13 steps.
Oh.
And all the bedrooms are upstairs. So figure out a way to make our bedroom downstairs. Yeah, I might say that.
But is there a full bath downstairs?
No. I have that.
Okay. That's why because like my house, I just got on and like, this is what we can retire in, because it's a ranch, first floor laundry, everything. It's got property behind it.
So have you been paying attention to Alec Baldwin?
Who?
Alec Baldwin?
How the hell does that happen?
How did a live round make it to a movie set?
It might be
She gave her a mirror.
That's my thing. I mean, whether you were joking or I don't know, but I don't understand why he was even pointing it. Yeah.
That's what I told my buddy. I used to, for 20 years, I taught hunting safety. And I always told the kids, there is no such thing as a hunting accident. It's just a different level of stupidity. If somebody dies, it's really, really stupid. If somebody just gets scared, it's not quite so stupid. It's just stupidity.
Pardon me, prosecutor just walked in. She's asking for 3 minutes and I'll get them all in here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, because, one of the rules is you don't point it at somebody.
Right.
Even a cold gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, 273.
There are camera angles that can make it look like her.
Kurt is here. Kurt is here. I don't know, I told him, he's got to talk to her.
When you take a break, he's sitting at his desk. He needs to start writing.
I'm assuming he's got Aaron's phone number. Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, this is one thing that just keeps coming up on my mind, is why was it pointed at anybody? Besides the person that on the shoot you're supposed to be pointing it at.
Right, not
That
the
would be
cinematographer.
Yeah.
Mr. Curie thing off.
He's on Zoom.
Let me bring it back on. So I don't have an issue with doing Zoom. I just talked to her. She said, no.
Sorry, I'll tell him.
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah.
Although, there should be an admonishment. Definitely.
Would it help?
It would make me feel a little better.
Counsel, are you connected?
I am. Sorry, I was just turning off
Yep. Prosecutor has talked to her complainant. She's got no problem with Zoom.
Okay, great.
So
I will.
We'll
head
see you
over
at
there now.
2:30.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. And he said he's gonna head over here now.
That's what I thought, but.
So I guess he wants to be here live. He just wants his guy to say. Okay.
But he didn't want to show if the witness was not.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know it. I didn't know it, but I guess they were making a movie about Greg Allman's life a number of years ago, and somebody died on the set for some kind of a, gun thing, and they never finished the movie.
Bruce Lee's son.
Yep, well, he shot himself. Right. I think he killed himself with a
He
prop.
was shot by one of the actors.
Oh, okay, I thought he killed himself. No.
Another one killed himself.
Yeah, J. Michael Vincent did that way when. I think that's what killed J. Michael Vincent. I think he pointed a gun at his own head.
Wasn't he Airwolf?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another guy, I can't remember his name, but
Yep, that's one that I read too,
He
who's
shot
playing
him.
Russian
Yeah,
roulette
yeah.
with blanks,
Yeah.
he thought.
Yeah.
Right, but they say that the blanks are just as much, I mean,
Well,
on the side of your head.
The gas alone would probably drive a piece of bone into your brain, even if
Yeah,
there's
and that's
nothing
what
else.
it said, it like shattered and it like moved in him.
Even if there wasn't a chunk of cardboard in there.
I honestly assumed blanks was just nothing, that it was just like the noise. That's what I was.
That's what makes the noise is the explosion. And that's what my buddy and I were talking about. Really, it's surprising, and they probably won't after a couple more of these. It's amazing that they have any gun that fires anything.
Yeah.
Because now it's all the computers could add the sound and the flash and.
Exactly.
And this is just for the Sean Reed case. I think we lowered the bond on his case, but he's still lodged. So if anybody ever is wondering why he's still in, I printed off his Wayne County inmate information just so that they can't question why we have, what's going on with him on ours. It looks like he has a probation felony violation.
Yeah, it looks like we changed it to September 28th to 10,010.
Yeah, and then this is the reason he's still in, because he owes less
You want to put it in file?
for other reasons.
I have to leave today at 3 o'clock.
Good luck. Good luck.
And on the left side of Mr. Reed's file is just, looks like information sent in from his attorney, like multiple times, letters from girlfriends that have just been filed.
Oh, okay.
That we informed him that we would just put in the file. I think that this is the one that it's the guy that told me. And he was getting that.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
And then they, yeah. We grab our scheduling, just in case.
Okay, it's been 3 minutes.
Has Judge Brandon kind of talked to you yet? She was out there pacing, she was behind her when we went in.
I saw her out there.
Yeah.
She hasn't texted me though.
Tomorrow afternoon, we added a wedding also. We just added it yesterday.
You have something by civil thing?
Yeah.
Small names.
I never wrote that down, but I don't know what this is. I was right, civil.
God, this thing in, the Luden schools, you know, about the father that got arrested because he supposed to made us think about his daughter's assault and everything else. Yeah, there's a big meeting talking about, you know, guys that identify as girls using the bathrooms and everything else. And the superintendent said he didn't know any, you know, he didn't know of any problems. And the father lost his mind. Well, now it comes out that he got an email earlier that day that told him about it.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Just keeps getting worse and worse.
What cities are, where's it at?
Virginia. Yeah. A month later, the school board meeting said we don't have any record of assaults occurring in our restrooms. First of all, any superintendent could say that with a straight face, because where's your high school that doesn't have, you know, doesn't have any record of any assaults in any of the bathrooms?
Right.
I mean, I gotta think that's a fairly regular occurrence in most high schools.
Mm-hmm.
Your 3 minutes are up.
I apologize, sir, I'm trying.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon.
You remember Larry Johnson? He's the intern in my office. He's back. Mike Davison, who's a master of social work in my office.
Gentlemen.
And this is Tom.
Tom.
Horte, and it's his first week, so he's here as a social
Welcome.
worker.
Yeah, thanks for being here, gentlemen. Appreciate your help. How are you today, Mr. West?
I'm all right.
Good. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Ladies, are we ready?
We're ready. Thank you.
Appearances, please.
For the record, Miguel Simona, Assistant Prosecutor for the People, P45356. Do you mind if I talk from master?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
And Emily Elijah on behalf of Mr. Levite. My P number is 85039.
Thank you. All right, I'm ready for a witness.
All right, people call Cheyenne Levesque to the witness.
Watch your step right here on this ramp. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Have a seat right there.
Any problem with the witness taking off her mask while she testifies?
None.
Okay, you can pull it down or take it off if you want. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, counsel. I told her to go ahead and get started.
Good afternoon. Can you give us your full name, spell your first and last name nice and loud for the record, please?
Okay, Cheyenne, Cheyenne, Donna Jewel, Donnajewel, and then Levesque, Levesque.
So it's pronounced Levesque, not Levesque?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So as I told you earlier, so everything we ask you, you have to give us a verbal answer. You can nod and shake your head, but you have to give us a verbal answer too. Yes, no, or whatever the answer is, okay?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And if you don't understand the question I ask or anyone else asks in this courtroom, just ask us to ask it differently, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And if there's a question you don't understand or it confuses you, just tell us that, okay?
Yes.
Don't guess. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Cheyenne, how old are you today?
18.
18. And are you in school?
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you living back in May of 2020, last year?
I was living in Belleville in a trailer park.
Okay. And who were you living with?
Well, my mom, my brother, Dakota, and Bruce was one of them, and then another brother.
Okay. And who was Bruce?
He is my full-blooded brother.
Your older brother?
Yet the oldest of the 5.
Okay. And do you see him anywhere here in the courtroom?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Can you please point him out and describe to us so the judge knows who we're talking about?
He's right there in a black shirt. He's making a straight face.
Noted.
Like the record to reflect that she's identifying the defendant, Judge? All right. Are you good? You comfortable?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And tell me, was on May 20th, May of 2020, did something happen between you and Bruce, the defendant, that brings us here to court today?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please. Where were you? Were you at home that day?
I was at home,
Okay.
and he was drinking. He's had a bad thing for alcohol and other things, drugs, and he was drinking really bad that day in my room. I didn't have a room at the time. He had mine.
Okay, so what was he drinking? Do you know?
Vodka is what
Okay.
he usually drank at that time.
All right. And you said he was staying in your room?
Yeah,
And why was that? Do you know?
because it was complicated. We only had 3 bedrooms, and my mom had one, my brother had one, and the 2 boys had my room. So I was sleeping out on the couch.
Okay. And did something happen that day?
Yes, he was drinking, and I was sitting next to my dad's ashes in the living room watching TV.
Your dad's ashes, your dad's deceased?
Yeah, he has been deceased for 10 years.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
And Bruce had come out, and
Can I stop you for a minute?
Yeah.
You're watching TV. Is there anyone else in the room before Bruce comes in there?
no, it was just me and my dad's ashes.
Where was your mom?
She was gone at my stepdad's.
Okay, all right. And you're sitting where watching? What,
Well, the TV, it was kind of like this. I was like sitting here, and my dad's ashes would have been right here,
to your
and
left,
the TV would have been right there,
in front of you? Is that what you're
Yes.
pointing to? And you're sitting on a chair or a couch?
the couch.
Okay. And so what happens, please?
He came in and looked at me weird. Well, he kind of just gave off the drunk look, the drunk Bruce look, which was kind of like, I can't really explain it, but it was just looked intimidating. I was scared because he's done a lot of things while drunk,
Okay.
and he gets really violent.
So you've seen that look on his face before when he's
Yeah.
been drinking? Okay.
Objection, 404B.
And
Response?
404B, I mean, she's describing the look that he saw so that she recognized it. We're not using it as 404B.
I'll allow it.
and
Let's stick with Q&A though. Better than a narrative.
Very good. Go ahead, please.
then he stood over top of me and he touched my boot. Well, he groped it,
Okay.
kind of like this.
All right. Before he's standing over you, is he saying anything to you?
No,
Did you say anything to him?
no,
So what prompted him to come and stand in front of you? Do
I
you
have
know?
no idea.
You have no
I have
idea.
no idea.
Okay. And so then out of the blue, he grabbed your breast?
Yep,
Yes?
yes, he
Okay.
did.
Which breast?
It was this one.
Your left breast is what you're
Yep.
pointing to? And he grabbed it just like that? You're like kind of palming your breast?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you say or do?
Well, I tried resisting,
How?
Well, I was trying to push him off me, and he kind of pinned my arms down like this. So he had one hand on my breast, right here,
Yeah.
and he is stronger than me. So he pinned both my hands down like this and grabbed his other hand And it was.
Okay, so let me stop. When it
Okay.
says down like this, so the court reporter is picking up everything you're saying. When we read it later, no one will understand what that means. Okay, so he grabs you by, on your left breast, correct? Which hand does he use?
Well, he's using, I can't remember which, it was right
Okay,
or left.
that's fine. And you're sitting on the couch. Is he sitting next to you?
No.
What's he doing?
He's standing over top of me.
Standing over the top of you. Okay. And so does he grab your breast first and then he pins your arms, or does the arms get pinned first?
Well, he first groped to my breast, and then when I started to, try to push him off and say stop, that's when he grabbed my arms like this.
Okay.
And he made some.
Okay, one sec. So when you're saying grab your arms like this, I want to just describe it and see if I'm describing it correctly. If not, correct me, please. Okay, you're putting your hands together, and then you're like raising them up to your right shoulder, the opposite of where the breast he was grabbing. Is that right?
Yep, he used one hand for that because my hands are so tiny.
Okay, so he's holding you down, both your hands, and then the other hand, he's groping your breast.
Yes.
Okay, and so what happens next, please?
So I put my foot up, and because I went to kick him in his balls.
Okay,
And he kind of backed away and said, "Oh, no, don't do that." And then he left. But
okay,
he did say he was sorry for groping my breast, because when he was kind of like that after I tried kicking him in his balls. And then he left.
and he said he was sorry?
Back to my room. Yep,
What?
he said he was sorry.
Sorry for what? Did he say specifically? Or he just said, I'm sorry?
He just said he was sorry.
And then he left?
Yep,
And where did he go?
back to my room.
Okay. Does that room have a door?
Yeah, it did.
Did he close the door? If you recall.
I don't remember hearing the door.
Okay. What did you do?
I sat there in shock. What was I supposed to do?
Okay. Anything happened next?
Dakota came in about 10, 20 minutes later.
And who's Dakota?
My brother.
He's also your older brother?
He's 2.5 years older than me, but yeah.
Okay. And so did you tell Dakota what happened?
I did. I explained to him, and he sat next to me, and he was looking at me, and then Bruce came back in, and
Came back into the living room, the
came
defendant?
back into the living room, and I don't even know if he's seen Dakota or not. I don't know, because he did it once again.
Did what?
He groped my breast the same way as he did before.
Same breast?
Yep, and
Did he hold you down this time as well?
no.
Okay.
No, he did not.
All right. What happened after he did that?
Dakota had stood up, and Bruce backed away, and went back to my room, and Dakota pretty much protected me from him the rest of the day.
Okay. How did all this make you feel?
I'm hurt. He's supposed to protect me. He's my older
One second,
brother.
please.
Hold on.
Relevant.
Relevance.
Well, I think it's certainly relevant as to how the sexual assault that occurred on her made her feel.
Is it an element?
It's not
Does it
an
go-
element.
Does it go to an element?
No, it does not go to an element.
What's
certainly.
relevance?
The relevance is to have a total picture of what she went through, and for you to consider not that, but certainly to understand that if there's any arguments, allegations that it was consensual, it was an accident or something like that, that she can talk about how it made her feel.
Hold on.
Go ahead. How did it make you feel?
Hurt.
Has anything like that ever happened to you before with your brother?
No, no, never.
Did you ever confront him about this?
I couldn't, because he left for rehab a week later.
Okay. Did you tell your mom about this?
Yeah, my brother Dakota made me.
Okay. How are you doing today?
I'm nervous, but I'm staying strong and trying to stay positive.
All right. You did a great job. How old were you at the time when this happened?
16 and a half.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
June 12, 2003.
And this happened on May 17th of 2020,
Yes.
correct? Okay, so you hadn't turned 17 yet?
Yep. I haven't turned 17 yet, but I was going to.
Okay, all right. I have nothing further at this point.
Ms. Elijah, your witness.
Thank you, Cheyenne.
Is it okay if I take my mask off as well?
Sure.
My name is Emily Elijah. What would you like me to call you today?
Cheyenne.
Cheyenne, is that all right with the court?
Sure.
So Cheyenne, I'm going to ask you questions also, all right? So you can either answer yes, no, or you can answer the question, or you can ask me to repeat it, all right?
All right.
Let me know if you want me to phrase it differently or anything like that, okay? So the first questions I have for you are about your family, okay? How many people are in your family total?
Well, my mom has 10 kids altogether.
Okay, so, and who do you live with right now?
My mom, my stepdad, and my brother Dakota.
And when you say your brother Dakota, do you also call your brother Dakota Cody?
Yes.
Okay, so Dakota and Cody are the same brother?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that this was happening, you said you were living in Belleville with your mom.
Yep.
And Cody was there?
Yes.
And Bruce was there?
Yes.
And you said another brother.
Yes.
Who's that other brother?
His name is Josh.
Josh, okay. And you also have mentioned a stepdad. Was your stepdad there?
No.
Okay. Does your stepdad live in a different house?
Yep.
Okay, and that's at the time of this happening, he lived in a
Yes.
separate house. Is that right?
Yes.
Sorry, okay. And did you grow up in the same house as your brothers and sisters?
I don't object as to the relevancy of that. How's that relevant?
Relevant.
I think it goes to the relationship between my client and Ms. LeBike for bias or motive.
I'll allow it.
But the same house, maybe grew up together. I don't understand how.
Did I not speak clearly?
I'm sorry?
Did I not speak clearly when I said I'll allow it?
Okay.
Yes, we did grow up in the same house.
Okay, so you have a lot of brothers and sisters. So did you grow up with all of them, or did some brothers and sisters move out before?
Well, I have older siblings, and he's the older sibling. My mom had 2 different marriages, and she had 5 kids.
Again, I'm going to object. I think this is really outside of the scope of what we're talking about here.
It's a complex family history, Your Honor, and
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And she got met with my dad, and Bruce was the first one, and then I was the 4th. So we did grow up in the same house.
Okay. And can I ask you some questions about your relationship with Bruce?
Yeah.
So when you were younger, you and Bruce were close, right?
Yeah, I looked up to him after my dad died.
Okay. And then at some point, is it fair to say you had a falling out with Bruce before this incident?
No, we kind of did, but I always talked to him. I always video chatted him. I was always there for him to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
And he came back, and he wanted to stay with us.
He came back in 2020.
Yeah, and I said, yeah. My mom said, yeah. We trusted him. I trusted him with everything in me.
When you were younger, 13 or 14, you had heart problems, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to object as to the relevancy of that, about her health condition. First of all, I think that's her kind of a private issue, and it really has no bearing on what we're talking about here.
Ms. Levike had mentioned in the kids' talk some anger towards her brother. And so I'd like to address that with her. That was developed around that time.
I think that's relevant, but I don't know that we have to get into her health issues about it.
So, do you remember talking to the woman at the kids' talk video?
Yes.
And that was in September, right?
Yeah, around that time.
Okay. And do you remember telling her about how you had anger towards Bruce because he didn't visit you when you were sick?
Yeah.
So is that fair to say that was some of, when I said a falling out, that had a falling out effect?
I was upset with him, but I still loved him.
Okay. I want to talk about the layout of the house in May 2020.
Okay.
Where the incident happened, okay? So you said you were living in Belleville.
Yep.
And it was a 3-bedroom.
Yes.
Can you tell me how big the house was and compare it to this courtroom, which is pretty big?
Well, it was a trailer, and the layout of the house was kind of like, there was a straight hallway that had a bathroom and 2 bedrooms on the back corner. And my mom's bedroom was far back in the back of the trailer with a door. Well, that was an exit point. And the kitchen met right in the middle, and the living room was right outside. Like when you come in the door, the 2 bedrooms are back there, which is where I stayed, and my mom's bedroom, which was with the kitchen, was on another side. And that's what kind of the layout was.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. So is it fair to say that when you walk in the front door, you're looking at the kitchen and the living room combined?
Yes.
Okay. And is it things happening in the living room? Can you hear them in the bedroom? In your mom's room?
No.
No? Okay. And which of the rooms was your room?
It was the one nearest to the door.
Okay. And you were not staying in that room at that time?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And you said Bruce and Josh?
Yep.
Had asked to come back home.
Well, Josh was already staying with us prior from Bruce asking.
Okay. And then Bruce asked to come back home?
Yes.
And so you gave up your bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And slept on the couch?
Yeah.
And let Bruce and Josh have your room?
Yes.
And Cody or Dakota had the other room?
Yep.
And your mom had the master bedroom?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And on the day of the incident, okay, the day this happened, who was home?
It was Bruce, Josh, and that was it.
Okay. And your mom was not home?
She was with my stepdad.
Okay. Your mom was at your stepdad's that day?
Yes. Okay. I'm almost positive.
Are you not sure?
Well, I mean, she could have been home, but I don't think she was, because if she was, she would have stopped Bruce, I think.
Okay.
But she wasn't home.
Okay. And where was Cody that day?
At work.
At work. And do you know what time Cody typically gets off work during that time?
It was between 12 and 3.
Okay. And where was Josh on this day?
In my room.
In your room. Okay. Do you know what Josh was doing?
Probably drinking with Bruce.
Okay. Had you seen him at all that day?
No, hon. Bruce and Josh, they do everything together. They drink together. They're just drinking buddies, and Josh, they get so drunk that they pass out.
Okay. So you didn't see Josh at all that day?
No.
Okay. And you don't know what he was doing in your room?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you remember, what was the day that this incident happened?
May 17th.
And you have a good memory that that's the day it happened, specifically May 17th?
Yes.
And what were, do you remember what day of the week it was, whether it was a weekend or a weekday?
I can't recall.
Okay. Were you in school that day or out of school?
I think I was out of school. Yeah.
Out of school.
Yeah.
Okay. So what were you doing that day? Like generally, not just the incident.
I do online school, so I went to school online, and I finished up, and I pretty much just watched TV next to my dad.
Okay.
Well, his ashes.
Okay. And your dad's ashes were on the coffee table?
Yep.
Are they always on the coffee table?
Yes.
So I want to take you back, and I'm going to ask questions more specifically about your interaction with Bruce and the incident itself. Okay?
Yep.
So do you remember what time it happened?
No. Okay. Afternoon, maybe.
And you were already in the living room?
Yes.
And you were on the couch?
Yep.
Can you tell me how you were sitting on the couch?
Just like this, just sitting up on the couch, watching TV.
Okay, so you were seated straight up, you weren't laying on the couch at all? Okay. And so, at this point, where was Cody? He was not home at that time?
He was working.
Okay. And you said Bruce came up to you and looked you in the eyes?
Yeah.
Okay. And he stood over the top of you?
Yes.
And did you stay seated on the couch?
Yes.
Okay.
I should have left. I shouldn't have been in that living room that day.
So what's the first thing Bruce does when he is standing over the top of you?
He had this intimidating look.
So what's the first thing he does with his body?
With his hands?
Yeah.
Well, he kind of put his hands on me, on my rib cage, and then he groped my boob, and then I tried restraining him. Okay. Well, I didn't try restraining him, but I tried to push him off of me. But I'm so tiny, and I only weigh so much, and he's bigger than me, so.
Okay. So is he standing in front of you or to the side of you?
In front of me.
In front of you. Is he standing between you and the TV?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he touched your rib cage at first.
Yes.
Did he say anything?
No.
Okay. Did you say anything?
I told him to stop.
Told him to stop.
When he groped my boob, I asked him to stop, and he put my hands like this, and then.
So you said you asked him to stop. He put your hands up against your shoulder.
Yes.
Now you had mentioned bruising on your left arm?
That was because I was restraining, and he, for whatever reason, wanted to pinch me or make bruising on me.
So you had bruising on your left upper arm right here?
From him.
On your, let's say, bicep?
Yeah.
Okay. When did he grab your bicep?
When I was struggling.
When you were struggling?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he said sorry?
After he touched my boob, and, well, he said sorry when I kind of went to kick him in his balls, because it was like, no, don't do that, and He said a sorry. But I mean, things like that, I don't know. He was supposed to, like I said, he was supposed to protect me. I looked up to him after my dad died. So him doing that to me was like, it really hurt me.
So when he said sorry, what kind of expression did he have on his face?
He looked like he was sorry, but then again, he was drunk.
He was drunk.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was very, very intoxicated that day.
Did it look like it was a mistake?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe it was a mistake.
Okay.
I don't, not for 1 second.
Okay. Did he look shocked?
No.
Okay. And then he walked away?
Yep.
Okay, so that's the first incident.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was about 10 to 20 minutes for the next incident?
Yes.
Okay. 10 to 20 minutes, did I say minutes?
Yeah, about,
Okay.
yeah.
And in that time, Cody or Dakota came home?
Yep.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And where did Cody sit down?
Next to me.
Okay, so he was also on the couch.
Yes.
How many people does the couch sit?
It gets sit about 3 people.
Okay. Did he sit directly next to you, or were you in the middle or on the left or the right? You know?
He sat directly next to me, like, any other close sibling would.
Okay, so he sat right next to you on the 3-person
Yes.
couch. Okay. And you said and then after that, Bruce came out again.
Yes.
And have 1 minute, okay? And you told Dakota what happened when he was sitting next to you on the couch?
Yes. I alerted him, yeah.
What did you tell Dakota?
I told him that Bruce was drunk, and he groped my breasts, and I felt uncomfortable.
And what did Dakota say back?
Objection, that's hearsay.
Effect on the listener. So not for the truth of the matter, for the effect on.
I'll allow it.
I can't remember what he said.
Okay. And did he do anything to go talk to Bruce?
No.
Okay. And then you said Bruce came back out again into the living room.
Yes.
And did he do pretty much the exact same thing again?
Well, I mean, he didn't pin me down again.
Okay.
But he did grope my breast again.
So he came out of his room, and you were still sitting on the couch, sitting up?
Yes.
And he came out of the room and he stood in front of you?
Yes.
And Dakota was sitting right next to you?
Yes.
Okay. And then he reached down and he groped your breast again?
Yes.
And
just one. Just this one.
Just one breast?
Yeah, just one.
And did Cody do anything?
Cody stood up and Bruce backed away and went back to the room.
So he did not pin your arms down that time?
No.
He groped your breast. Cody stood up?
Yes.
Cody didn't say anything?
No, he just kind of looked at Bruce.
Okay, and did you say anything?
I was in shock, so no.
And then Bruce walked away?
Yes.
So it was a very quick interaction?
Yes.
And was Dakota sober?
Yes, he doesn't drink at all.
Okay. And you said that did you and Dakota talk about it?
Yes.
What did you say to Dakota?
I explained to him the situation, and he pretty much protected me from Bruce for the rest of the day.
Okay. And did Dakota want to tell your mom?
Yes.
So, did you want to tell your mom that very day?
I wanted to, but I was nervous.
So you did not tell your mom what happened that day?
No, it was about approximately 2 weeks later to a week after he left for rehab that me and Dakota had sat in my mom's room and explained what happened.
So 2 weeks later, about 2 weeks later, you went in to talk to your mom. And what's your mom's name?
Paula.
Paula, okay. And where did you guys have this talk?
On her bed.
On her bed. And Dakota was there with you?
Yes.
And you had not told her before this moment?
No.
And what did you tell your mom?
What happened? Okay. And Cody told her what he seen.
Okay. And what did your mom say?
She was in shock. She couldn't really say anything, but I'm sorry. But that doesn't really help.
And what time of day did you tell her?
5 o'clock.
5 p.m.
Around dinner.
Around dinner. Okay. And what, if anything, that you know, what did your mom do that day, if you know she did something?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did she call the police?
No.
She just answered, I don't have no idea.
So had your mom talked to anybody about what you told her?
She did.
Who did she talk to that you know she talked to?
Some of my siblings.
And when did you learn that your mom had talked to your siblings?
She told me.
She told you. When did she tell you that?
Well, I kind of heard her over the phone telling people.
You heard her talking over the phone to
Yeah.
people?
Yes, I did.
Was it that same day or a different day?
It was after I made the police report, then she started telling people.
After you made the police report?
Yes.
And you made the police report on June 17th,
Yes.
2020? Okay. So the incident happened on May 17th, 2020.
Yes.
And you told your mom about 2 weeks later.
Yes.
And then you told the police, I guess, about 2 weeks after that.
Yes.
And then you heard your mom talking on the phone.
Yes.
And
I should have reported it a lot sooner.
And on that same day that you reported it to the police, you also posted it on Facebook.
Yes. With the bruises.
With the bruising picture of your bicep.
Yes.
Did you make that Facebook post before or after you went to the police?
Around that time. It could have been after, it could have been before. I have no idea.
Okay.
But I made it because I was angry, I was upset, I was hurt. I don't know what else to say why I posted it. I was just making people aware that he hurt me and
Okay.
I don't want to be related to him. I wish I had a different dad because I don't want to be related to him because of the hurt he has caused me since my dad has died. But I'm not going to make that up as an excuse.
Okay. So, how did you alert the police? Did you call 911 or did you go to a police station?
I called 911
Did you call 911 alone or with someone?
with my mom and my brother.
Brother Dakota?
Yes.
Okay. Why that day?
After Bruce did that to me, I was so hurt. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have any advice. I was so lost. At the time, I was upset. I was really broken over it.
So
Yes.
nothing specific happened on June 17th when you made the police report to make you make the call. It was just, this was the day you did it.
Yes.
And when you called 911, you called 911 with your mom and with Dakota all in the same room?
Yes, it was in the living room.
Okay. And what happened after you called 911? Did the police come to your house or did you go to the police station?
They came to my house.
They came to your house. And was this still the trailer in Belleville?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever have to go to the police station in June?
No.
So when or ever, if you did you tell your stepdad?
No, not at the time. Okay. But I did tell him.
About when did you tell him about?
An objection to the relevancy and a lot of it. Well, who cares what she told? Her stepdad wasn't involved in this.
I think when the witness reported is important to see who was told what when, and if those statements are consistent.
She did tell her when she reported, and she told her she called 911 when her mother and brother were there. Now we're going to the stepfather who wasn't there.
My stepdad's not even in.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Okay, so he's not involved in that, wasn't at the house, wasn't even living in the house. So how relevant is that? She called the police when her mother and her brother were there.
I don't want to do a speaking objection. Can we do a sidebar?
Sure.
Well, I mean, depending on what it is, if it's something we need to put on the record.
Then we can put it on the record after we find out what it is. Anything else as to the relevancy objection? Overruled, I'll allow the question.
So when did you tell your stepdad?
I told him. I'm almost positive when I had to go on for that interview.
Is that a guess? Are you guessing?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna object to that. That's speculative.
I can narrow the question down.
Okay.
Did you tell your stepdad before you told the police?
No.
Did you tell your stepdad before you went and met with the woman at the Kids Talk video?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure, when I say the Kids Talk video, I mean that interview in September.
I know what you talk about. Yes.
Okay. And so did you tell your dad before that interview in September?
Yes.
So sometime after the police report in June 17th, but before September when you did the Kids Talk interview.
Yes.
And since that time, since the incident, have you told any other adults about what happened?
Yes.
Who?
My step aunt.
Okay. How about any school counselors?
I had a counselor, and we did talk about it, but I kind of gave up on counseling.
So you, around the incident time in May, June of 2020, you did have a counselor.
I had a counselor, yes.
And you did talk about this incident directly with that counselor.
Yes.
But since then, you have not talked to a counselor.
No.
When did you stop seeing the counselor?
May of this year.
May of this year, okay. And did you tell any doctors?
No.
What about any friends?
No.
So on June 17th, when the police came to your trailer, do you remember interviewing with them?
Yes.
And do you remember talking to a detective?
Yes.
And did you tell that detective the truth?
Yes.
Are you gonna mark that?
Can I have it marked as an exhibit?
Just, I mean, not for admission, but just so we know what we're talking about for the record.
And I'm, may I approach?
Sure.
Sure.
Cheyenne, do you want me to wear my mask when I walk up to you?
No, you can.
Is that all right?
Hold your breath.
So I'm handing you and putting in front of you what's marked as Exhibit 1.
What I wrote.
Did you write this in your own, is this your handwriting or a detective's handwriting?
Well, I said my brother, so.
Here, just a second.
Yeah.
So this is your handwriting,
Yes.
and this is your signature at the bottom.
Yes.
So you wrote, my brother.
I'm gonna object us to the reading of it if you want to ask questions about the document.
So on June 17th, you told the detective who came in and talked to you, I ran to my mom's room and
Can I just
told her
interrupt?
crying.
That's, I don't think it was, I think that's a mischaracterization. Was that a detective or a police officer, a road patrol officer that came? Let's just clarify that.
I thought it was a detective.
So what does the court want me to do? Continue questioning or clarify the prosecutor's
I
question?
think, did you get your clarification?
Well, I
The
don't know.
witness thought it was a detective.
Well, let's see if she knew what a detective was, if you don't mind, Judge. Was this a person who came wearing?
Why does it matter who she gave a report to?
Because if this matter goes to trial, we'd like to see, did she talk to the detective, the officer?
Well, when she's your witness, you can ask her.
Sorry?
When she's your witness, you can ask her.
Very good.
So I'm gonna stand here. Is that okay if I stand here?
Do you mind, you're blocking me, please, counsel? Thank you.
I ran to my mom's room and told her crying.
Again, I'm gonna object us to the reading. If she has questions about the
And told her
document,
crying.
just 1 second. She hasn't answered anything that's contrary to what the document is. What's the question in relation to the document?
Can I just?
No?
No, you can't talk. Ask a question.
Did you tell the police officer who came to your door, who came to the trailer, that I ran to my mom?
Again, objection. You can ask her what she told the
She's
police
asking
officer.
a question, counsel. I'm going to allow it
But
this way.
she's reading
I'm
it,
going to
so
allow
it's-
it this way. If you don't like it, you can appeal me. That's why the circuit court judge is here.
We're not here for appealing, we're just making an objection for the record. Thank
And
you.
it's been made. Proceed.
So you told an officer that day that you went and told your mom right away?
I don't remember telling her right away. But I have memory problems, but I'm pretty sure it was 2 weeks later. If I said so, it might have been. I don't know.
All right, one sec, objection. There's not, you answer the question. So is there another question? Only answer the question, please, witness.
Counsel, I'm going to ask you not to talk to the witness.
Thank you, Judge. I will not. I just want her to understand because she keeps running on.
You told her what you told her.
Thank you.
Proceed.
And you also told the detective and wrote down that Dakota came in also telling her.
Yes.
And you told your mom to call your stepdad, correct? That's what you told the police officer and wrote in your statement on June 17th.
Yes.
And you told the police officer in June 2020 that you went over there for 2 days, meaning your stepdad's place. Correct?
I don't want to bring him involved, okay? Yeah, I went over there. I told him.
And you also wrote in your statement that you told him your story that day.
He's not involved in this. He's just someone I talked to.
I'm going to make the same objection as to the relevancy here. of that.
Credibility would be the relevance.
Okay, so. thank
I'll
you for
allow
the
it.
ruling.
Cheyenne, do you remember that you posted a YouTube video
Oh my God.
in July of this year,
Yes, I
just
did.
3 months ago?
I deleted it soon after. I was explaining myself.
And the YouTube video is titled My Side of What Really Happened.
Yes,
And you posted that publicly on YouTube.
I didn't post it publicly. I posted it so only a few people could see.
And in that YouTube video, you tell what happened that day, that with the incident with Bruce. Is that right?
Yes, I told everything.
And when you posted that YouTube video, no one was asking you any questions, right?
People believe him over me. That's the thing.
So
When it happened,
Objection, non-responsive.
I agree.
I agree.
So when you posted that YouTube video, no one was asking you any questions at the time, right?
no.
It was in your own words what
Yes.
happened.
I can't express myself.
And were you truthful in that YouTube video?
Yes, I was very truthful.
Okay. And when you discussed it in the YouTube video, you said that Bruce came up to you to tickle you.
That's what he said. That's what he told people.
But
So
you,
I went by what he said.
so in the YouTube video, you said that Bruce came out and he was trying to tickle you. Is that right?
That's what he has said. So I thought maybe he was.
If
But
the-
how do you?
Okay.
Can I?
You have to
I'm
answer
sorry.
the question she asked. She asked you what you said in the video, and you keep saying what Bruce said.
Okay. Yes.
So in the video, you said that Bruce was trying to tickle you, and that was really something you did not like, correct?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be tickled as a 17-year-old, 16-year-old by your older brother.
It's not okay.
And he was drunk,
Yes.
and you talked about that in your video.
Yeah.
And in the video, you said that he was tickling you and holding you down like this with my hands up to my left shoulder. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that he pressed his hands against your chest with a flat hand motion. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that he then had a shocked look on his face. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then he said sorry and he went away. Is that what you said in the YouTube video?
Yeah.
So and in the YouTube video, you also say that Dakota saw it, right?
Yeah.
That first time.
No, he's seen it the second time.
Okay. And in that YouTube video, you also said that you ran right to your mom's room and told her crying. Is that right?
I thought it was 2 weeks later, but maybe.
So in the YouTube video, you said you went to your mom right away?
I don't think.
You don't think so?
No.
Can I play the YouTube video,
Go ahead.
Your Honor?
Okay. I'd like to see it before you play it, counsel, because I wasn't aware of a YouTube video.
Can you do that?
Yeah, do you want me and?
Can we take a brief break so I can see it?
Sure. You want to take a break? Use the bathroom? All right. You guys want to just step out with a laptop? Probably the easiest way to do it. You all right? You talking about Reed?
Diaz. Well, they should know by now. You can let them know that if it's gonna be a dismissal, I'll stop this and do it.
Judge, would like to do that one now?
Sure, if they're ready. Can I get a favor from you, sir? Can you sit right there for me for 2 seconds? I'm just gonna bring somebody else.
Did both our security just leave while there's a prisoner? Did both our guys just leave while there's a defendant in here? Just checking. Ladies, are we ready to call the case of People versus Sean Reed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Appearances, please.
Morning, Your Honor.
It's always morning somewhere.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Gary, of course, on behalf of the people. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Deja Dow, P84676, on behalf of Mr. Reed, who is seated to my left. Can you please state your name for the record?
Sean Edward Reed.
Thank you. What do we got?
So there's this time a complaining witness in this case, Becky McGinnity, that's MAGINITY, has failed to appear. She did email the officer in charge, I believe, right when this case was issued, in April, to indicate that she was hesitant about going forward, and then she left Mr. Lawrence King a voicemail last week indicating that she no longer wished to go forward without people, or without her, the people are able to proceed.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will move for a dismissal on all charges.
Mr. Reed, this is dismissed without prejudice. That means the prosecutor's office could refile. Understood? You're all set. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Did I hear that Rose Kearney was in the building? Did I hear that defense attorney Kearney was in the building? Okay. Okay. You might want to call him and tell him to put this guy on notice because we're not going to start. Oh, it's still at 2:30. I didn't realize it was so late. Never mind. Mr. Levite, you can move back up if you want.
Judge, I like 35 after.
You're all right.
So last week I'm doing a mock trial with all this crap action. I kept referring to one of the witnesses as Officer Goodred. Officer Goodred. So we finally called the guy up. He comes up, I swear, I think one of us said, and he's dressed in a black suit, black tie, white shirt. I'm like, if my name was Red, I'd always wear something red. He said, excuse me? He thinks everything's serious. No, his name's Good Bread. I kept hearing Good Red. I'm like, man, if I was good, I'd have red socks, I'd wear a pocket square, I'd work it right. Joke was on me because his name wasn't Good Red. No wonder he looked at me like I was an idiot. He's like, excuse me? What are you trying to figure out? I know he's thinking, Brad, what's. Must be a long video. Must be a long YouTube video.
Or like anytime I was looking at my computer, to show you anything you want to do.
They do.
That's a big difference. And the first thing I ever used was because she had to go in something on the car and you know that. This is so cool. This is really cool.
Oh, you checking in and everything? Like
No,
what?
I was just, looking at the cruise.
Oh.
Like, but it was working and I'm like, oh, that's, you know, at home when usually it's not. I think my internet is slow.
Maybe you just tapped into their Wi-Fi.
I use my mobile hotspot, which is.
That's what you know.
If I play this video, how do I play?
Don't ask me.
We have to.
Well, wait, I need to make an objection. Are we on the record?
Yes, why not?
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I had a chance to look at the video. So first of all, this is discovery that should have been provided to the people prior to exam. I just saw it literally minutes ago. I haven't had a chance to talk to my witness about it, where it was posted, when it was posted, or anything like that. So I'm asking for it to not be used here, or else for a continuance so that I can talk to her. I think that discovery works both ways for councils to share with one
Except it doesn't.
Sorry?
Except it doesn't. There's absolutely nothing in the court rules that says defense can't ambush the prosecution.
It says that there's anything that's discoverable to share with us, that's a matter of professional courtesy.
Where's that in court rule?
Well, it isn't in the court rule, Judge, but it is something that the courts have followed for years and years and years.
Not this one. I've only been here 20 plus.
Okay. Well, so then
Any
I'm
other
asking-
objection other than the surprise?
I'm asking for a continuance or time to talk to my witness about it.
How much time do you need? I got another exam.
Well, I don't have I didn't bring I need to use the council's,
Talk to your witness. She's
Computer.
probably still got it on her phone. Let's
All
find out how much time you need.
I'm gonna have to talk to her and find out.
Yeah, that's fine.
And, Your Honor, sorry, before Madam Prosecutor leaves, I do object to her
She
coaching her
gone.
witness, or, oh, she's left.
Let her coach.
Are we still discussing the case?
She was trying to. She just wanted to make sure there was no coaching going on.
Thank you.
She was premature on the phone call.
So if you want to send me the YouTube video.
And then join the Zoom stream and stream it out. The only way you'll be able to do it unless you have an extra night, but then even then I won't be recorded on the record.
Do you hear that much?
I heard that, yeah.
That makes sense to you?
Yes, I've done that before, but only in COVID.
As long as it makes sense to you. You didn't have a chance to call my teacher and hear on it.
No.
I believe our matters going to be dismissal, Judge.
Thank you. Have you had conversation with Ms. Fortier? Because as soon as you guys are ready, we'll take a break and get it done.
Yeah, I think we are, so excuse me.
That's fine. I'll watch for him. Oh, we got him. You want to go grab the prosecutor? Counsel, I'm not going to bring you in yet.
I didn't catch that, Your Honor.
I said, I see you in my waiting room, but I'm not going to bring you in yet.
Hello?
Mr. Schaefer, you connected?
Yeah, yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Just hang tight. Waiting for your attorney to
Okay.
come in. People versus Marcus Schaefer. I've got Mr. Schaefer on Zoom. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Darian Fortier on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Judge Blaise Kearney from the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P83960 on behalf of Mr. Schaefer.
All right. What do we got?
The complaining witness in this case, Brittany, I think it's Claes, Claes, has failed to appear. I did talk to her on the phone at, I don't know, maybe 1 o'clock, and she indicated to me that she did not wish to go forward and that she would not be showing up. People cannot proceed without her.
I would move to dismiss, Judge.
All right, Mr. Schaefer, this is dismissed without prejudice. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right, and while I've got you on Zoom, I've got 3 misdemeanor files from Van Buren Township from 2021 coming up for a pretrial looks like December 2nd. You know about those?
I'm
Global
pretty
license
sure. That,
suspended charge, couple of accident tickets.
yes, sir. I'm aware.
All right, you're all set, sir. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well, sir.
Drinking fountain really fast.
How you make it?
I'm on the phone to court people.
Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Be safe. First time he's forgot about it. Yeah, it's attached to that. Hey, can you give Mr. LeBlanc a written notice for that? Just, do you know about your court date on the 21st of December?
It is for the.
Disorderly person file?
I didn't know they changed it because.
December 2nd, December 2nd. You know?
December 2nd?
You want a paper notice? We'll give you a paper
Please,
notice.
please.
Just so you don't forget.
Thank you. Because I know they postponed it because of this right here.
Yeah, quite often we'll bump the misdemeanor while we see what's going on with the felony.
Sorry, Fred.
Yeah. I appreciate it. That the notice?
Yeah.
Thanks. Council, Mr. Levite's got a pretrial coming up on a misdemeanor in December. I just want to make sure he had a paper notice.
Oh, perfect, thank you. Yeah, I did contact the prosecutor and defense attorney for the couple weeks ago case.
Didn't get anywhere yet?
No, I think they adjourned it. That must be what this is.
Really?
We've got some real nice stuff on camera, but they're just not moving. I kind of thought this was warm. That was pretty nice this weekend. It was 32 Saturday morning. Yeah. I think this weekend, if not this weekend, it's gonna really go after that. Because like I said, I saw those blue bucks on the road there. Yeah. And that's called a dispersal. What happens, your mom gets ready to go to Esther. She takes her son away. Next thing you'll find is on home road. She's not getting burned by her own stuff. You know, it's a inbreeding preventative thing. So you see all those little bucks down the road because they get pushed away from what there's anything else, and they're in these strange areas, they're getting hit by, you know. So I think that's what's happening right now.
Rachel Faber, she just called.
Did she?
Yeah, she said email address is good.
Okay.
She's gonna try and call back and service tomorrow.
Okay. Must be just busy keeping up. I'm surprised she didn't contact us. I hope that doesn't mean that there's no interest in doing so. I forgot all about it. Team, I a couple, probably a month ago, we were down at the bar. They once a year, they invite all the judges to come, you know, be guests of the bar association. We were down there, and one of the attorneys, Mr. Yapman, Mr. Yapman, he came up to both of us and said, "Hey, my son's a junior here on this year. He's looking forward to coming to that program you guys do at this court." And Tina were like, "We haven't even heard anything about that," because usually, you know, Rachel would contact us. Ms. Levite, back on the witness stand. Watch your step on the ramp. All right, ladies, we're back on the record. You're still under oath too.
Huh?
You're still under oath. Would you like to continue your objections, counsel, build a record? Or you get it all in?
I believe we made our objection. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see if you can play it.
Would you please admit me into
Oh,
the Zoom room?
I told you I would do that, didn't I?
So I just want to make sure for the record it's clear that the YouTube video is being played right now with a witness in the witness stand.
Correct.
And Judge, in order for me to share my screen, I would ask that you please make me a co-host of the YouTube video
Let me try.
or of the Zoom meeting.
Yep. I don't know.
Then I can share screen.
Yeah, Heather's gonna have to do it though, right? Yeah.
While we wait on that, I have some other questions.
Sure.
So, Cheyenne, we just took a break. And we were on a break for about, 5 to 10 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And then the prosecutor came in and talked to you. Is that right?
Yes.
And was the detective also in the room, or was it just the prosecutor and you?
Just the prosecutor and me.
And what did you guys talk about?
I object. That's attorney-client privilege, though she's not technically my attorney, I'm not her attorney, I'm her prosecutor. So conversations between us are privileged.
Response.
That's incorrect. She represents the state of Michigan. Ms. Levesey is not her client, Ms. Levite, I apologize. Is not her client at all. She has no attorney-client privilege. In fact, she has a duty to disclose continuing statements to me if she does talk to her witness and have these facts. She has no privilege.
I agree. Go ahead.
So, did you talk about the YouTube video?
Yes.
And what did she ask you questions about?
Objection, hearsay.
This is for the state of mind onto the testifying witness. Your
No,
Honor.
that's for the truth of the matter asserted, what I told her, what I stated. What she can say, what she responded to based on what we talked about. But what I said to her is hearsay.
And Your Honor, I disagree. I think the question here is, in that break, what has this witness learned or come back from that conversation? And how is her testimony going to change now as compared to 5 or 10 minutes ago when she was on the stand and didn't have that time to speak with the
Well, let's see if
prosecutor?
her testimony changes.
I'll allow the question. What she heard from you maybe have influenced her.
Well, why don't I ask? is there-
Counsel, I'm not gonna argue my decisions with you. I've
Okay.
made my decision. That's the second time you've done that. You've been around long enough, know better.
Thank you.
So what questions did she ask you?
Why did I post the video?
We can't hear you. Can you put your mask down, please, and speak nice and loud?
Why did I post the video?
And what other questions did she ask you?
She asked me why didn't I tell her I posted it?
And did she ask questions about the video? Or what you said in the video?
I don't remember.
And what did you say?
As to what specifically?
Yeah, that's fair. Be more specific with the question.
Did she show you the video or talk about what you said in the video?
She didn't show me it, but I know what I said.
And what did you take away from that conversation?
What do you mean?
What was the main point of the conversation?
To watch what I post?
To watch what you post. What do you mean by that?
Well, to never post my feelings again?
That you should not have posted the video?
Yep.
That's what you took away from that conversation?
Yep.
And to not post the video because it's bad for your case?
Yes.
And so you think the video is bad for your case?
Objection. That is twisting the words. She's saying, what did you take from that? What the conversation with the prosecutor? Not to post the video because, and then she asked her, because it's bad for her case? She says, yes. The follow-up is, kind of jumps a little bit beyond that.
Rephrase.
So when you are taking the point of, and you're saying, I'm walking out of this meeting and I shouldn't have posted the video, did you get that from the prosecutor?
I'm saying what I feel. Because I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have posted that video. I only posted it. I'm sorry. Wait.
I'm going to, I think I am now a co-host.
Okay.
Let me see if I can.
So I'm gonna ask again, what's the purpose of showing the video here? She remembers the video, she says. Is there a specific thing that she's going to ask her that is in contrary?
So this is, you're asking for an offer of proof?
Yep.
Okay.
I think the reason we took a break is so, because this is impeachment evidence that I'm gonna admit as impeachment evidence. And so that's the purpose of that. Because the statements that, and it makes me uncomfortable to do a standing objection in front of the witness. I don't know what the court's position on that is.
Doesn't make me uncomfortable.
Okay. Because the witness has said multiple inconsistent things. Oh, yeah. Because the witness has made several inconsistent statements. The YouTube video describes a totally different event than what was described in court testimony today. And so it's impeachment evidence.
So impeachment evidence is your response to the offer of proof?
Yes.
Proceed.
And I am about.
No. Proceed. Play the video.
I still don't see a share screen. Let's see, a tech gentleman, if I may.
Go ahead.
Judge host, if that's what you're looking for, is the host.
It's not up here yet, but maybe I'm gonna leave and try and. Is the court all right if I play it just from my laptop on the bar over here?
As long as I can hear it.
Okay. I can turn the sound up. Okay, Cheyenne. And actually, it'll be captured on the microphone.
I bet it would have you right there. Maybe turn that mic.
This is the YouTube video that you posted in July, is that correct?
Yes. That people are starting to think that I'm lying on Bruce's name, which I'll never do. Why would I lie? Oh, right. For attention, that people think that I don't want attention. The attention that I gain already is enough. I don't want that. So what had happened was last year, like May 17th, I think, early middle May, I was sitting on the couch, listening to music, sitting next to my dad's ashes was right on the coffee table next to me. I think I was listening to music or watching TV. I'm pretty sure I was listening to music, yeah. And this came out, someone out in my bedroom, my room. I was sleeping on the couch when Bruce and Josh was living with us. That was my room that I gave up for them. And he came someone out in my room, drunk, and he started to tickle me, like trying to tickle me or whatever. I was 16. You don't tickle a 16-year-old. You don't. You just don't. And he was doing that, and I asked him to stop. I tried pushing him off, and this part of the story where he grabs my hands like this, and he pens it up like that. And then I was still struggling, so he made a bruise about right here, broke a couple blood vessels. And then I tried kicking him in his balls to get him the hell off of me. And he put his hands like this, pressed it on my chest, and I was like, oh my God. And he stepped back. He was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. He started apologizing. Left back to my room where Josh was. And Cody just came home. Yeah. Sat next to me, like that. He just like sat next to me, like he usually jumped on the couch. And was talking to me. And I was just like, oh, this blah blah blah. And I was just like really nervous and really in shock. I wasn't really saying anything. And then Bruce came back out and seen Cody, and I'm not really sure what happened. I think that he touched my boobs again, that Bruce touched my boobs again. I'm not sure. I just know Cody looked at me and I looked at him, and he was just like, he stood up. From what I remember, he stood up and Bruce stepped back and went to the bedroom, my room again. And we just got up, and it was really shocking about what happened anyway. So, I don't like talking about it because it hurts to know that. I mean, you know, to know that somebody that's supposed to protect you does that to you. I mean, it hurts. Like, and for people to think that I'm now lying, to think that I'm lying about it, why would I lie? Why would I lie to my brother? It doesn't make sense. Anyway, that night I went to Ken's house to spend the night there, and I spent the night there, and I was just crying and 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 crying. And the next day I came home and Bruce was telling me he's sorry that he did that. See, Bruce never denied doing it until I called the police and built a case on him. He didn't start lying. He didn't start lying saying he didn't do it until I said he did it. Wait, he didn't start lying. He didn't do it until I said he did it to the cops. Until I built the case. Then he started saying, oh, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. He did it. I have a witness. But here's the thing that I don't get, that you people that, I'm not sure if you think I'm lying, but you have the thought in your mind that I might be lying. Tell me, why would I make an appointment with an interrogation room to tell my side of the story, tell what happened? Why would I sit in front of a lady and a camera that's recording me at all times and say, he did this, and tell my exact story? You got to be really fucked up to do that. Like, you have to be mentally fucked up. Now, I will admit that I have some issues. I have PTSD. I have anxiety. I have depression. I have anxiety, depression, PTSD, and that's pretty much it. And I'm very traumatized from my past. From seeing my dad's face catch on fire to seeing CPR performed on my baby sister. That's traumatic. Why would I try to get, okay, let me explain this. I get enough attention from the heart condition that I already have. I get enough attention. When people hear about my heart, they're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, I hate the fucking attention. I hate the fucking attention that I get from my heart. I get enough attention. Literally, I get enough attention. Why would I want more attention? That doesn't make sense. Why would I want more attention if I already get attention from doctors? Why would I want attention from cops? Why would I want attention from them? I'm not a person that reaches out for attention. I don't like the attention. I don't. I stay to myself pretty much most of the time. I sometimes abandon my social media, abandon the people that I talk to, because I think a lot about things, and I just had a loss of my cat, and I'm still dealing with that, and it sucks because I don't have her like I don't have her anymore. Oh man, I miss her. I do.
And that's the end of the YouTube video.
Thank you.
I don't have any more questions for this witness.
Madam Prosecutor.
Cheyenne, when was that video recorded, that YouTube video recorded?
About a month after I lost my cat,
When was that?
June 1st,
So of what year?
this year, 2021.
Okay, so you think then you lost your cat June 1st of 2021, and you recorded that about a month after you lost your cat?
Maybe July.
Okay, so maybe July of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of you recording that video?
Well, because Sunny, that I thought she.
Just answer my question directly. What was the purpose of you recording that video?
To get my side out.
Okay. And who's Sunny?
My sister.
Okay. And was there a conflict between you and your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And did this video have anything to do with your sister?
Yes.
What?
Because she texted me and told me I was lying, so I decided to post that YouTube video.
Okay. When did she text you and tell you she was lying? You were lying.
Well, when Bruce went to jail, July 17th.
Of last year, of 2020, of this year,
He went to jail.
when he got picked up. Okay. And she texted you that.
She texted me and was telling me that I'm lying. He's gonna clear his name, all that. Because I thought she was there for me. I guess not.
She's your older sister?
Yeah.
Are you the youngest in the family?
Yeah.
Okay. And so how long from the time she texted you to the time that you made that video?
Oh, it was. Well, she texted me first and then really upset me. And then I made that video.
Right. How much of a difference? The same day, a week later, 2 days later, what?
The same night.
That same night?
Yeah.
Okay. And you posted that video?
Yep.
Okay. Now, just for the record, I told you I hate social media, right? And I said I hate everything dealing with social media, correct? Okay. That's something I tell every victim, so I told you the same thing. But in regards to this video, how did it make you feel to talk about this in the video?
Objection, what's the relevance of the witness's feelings?
Well, she created this video that she was upset. She got a message from somebody in her family saying she lied, and she poured her heart out on this video. So I think that's a relevant question for the court to decipher. I'm assuming counsel brought it in to say she's lying, so
I'll allow it.
go ahead.
What did she ask again?
Yeah. How did you feel when you posted this video?
When I posted it, I felt relieved
Relieved.
to get it off my chest
Okay.
and to, show people.
All right. Did your sister ever talk to you again after you posted it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, you don't remember?
No.
She doesn't live with you, right?
No.
She wasn't there when this incident happened?
No, she wasn't.
Did you ever talk to her about this incident?
I tried.
Okay. After it happened? Or before, when she texted you?
I tried to talk to her about it. She believed me, but kind of. And then,
When did you talk to her? After this incident happened back in May of 2020, over a year after the video was recorded, correct?
yes.
Okay. Did you talk to her after the incident happened? Or sometime near the time when she texted you or let you know she didn't believe you?
It was around the time after it happened.
Okay. You said you tried to talk to her. Did you have a one-to-one conversation with her, face-to-face?
No, I never got to.
Okay. How did you try to talk to her?
I tried telling her, what happened.
How did you try to tell her?
Objection, I think we're just going into left field here.
You send her a text? Did you call her on the phone?
I sent her a text.
And what did you want to do? Did you ask to meet with her?
No, I was just telling her about my situation.
Okay. When was that text sent?
Well, she just came back into her life about last year.
Okay. So she was out of your life as well?
No, now she is.
No. I'm talking about at the time this incident happened.
Oh,
Was she in your life?
Yeah, she was out.
She was out of your life. Okay. How old is she?
Oh, I don't know. She's in her 30s.
Okay. So at that time, when this incident happened and you reached out to her, she wasn't in your life. Is that right?
Yeah.
Meeting.
Well, that's what she said,
Move
but
on,
okay.
move
Oh,
on.
Okay. What made you reach out to her then?
Well, she did come back into my life, and I don't know why, but then I tried to, explain it to her. She didn't care, stuff like that.
Okay. What did she try to come back into your life?
November of last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you tried to talk to her about, explain what happened, and you said she didn't care.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know, she picks and chooses who she likes,
I'm sorry?
She picks and chooses who she likes.
Okay. Well, that's not my question.
Okay.
How did you know that she wasn't interested in what you had to tell her?
Because she told me that she felt that I was lying.
Okay. She told you to your face or again by phone?
On text.
Okay. All right. Is she close to the defendant, your brother?
Yeah.
They're close? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Were they close before?
I don't know.
Why was she out of your life?
It's a long story of why.
All right.
That I don't need to hear.
No, me neither. The statement that you were shown, where is that? Defense exhibit number 1, that's your statement. That's a 7-line statement that you wrote, right? 7 lines?
Yes.
Okay, you wrote that, right?
Yeah. That's my signature. Yeah.
Okay, and you wrote that June 17th, according to the date of 2020, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Can you come up to the mic a little bit, please? Have you sit nice? You can sit down. Do you need that chair lower?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So that's June 17th of 2020, you wrote the statement.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And the police officer came to your house, you said, or you went to the station?
He came to my house.
Oh, all right. And this video that you posted on YouTube, on your own YouTube channel, you think you posted it around July of 2021?
Yes.
So about a year later. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So in the video, you talk about things that happened with your brother, Bruce, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the video, you say that he was sleeping in your room. Is that right?
Yes.
Leading.
It was.
Okay. In the video, you say that he came outside of his room, and what did he do first, according to the video?
I don't remember.
Did you say, did you mention?
According to the video, I don't know what the video was.
Okay, if you don't know the answer,
Okay.
don't guess,
Okay.
okay? Or ask me to ask it differently. Did you mention something about tickling in the video?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tickle you?
Yes.
Okay. But in the 7-page statement, you may have not wrote it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of these questions are very leading, and I ask that they not be.
Okay.
Caution.
All right. Very good. Did you write everything that happened in this 7-line statement that day?
I thought I did.
Okay. Did you mention something about him grabbing your hands in the statement?
Yes. Pretty sure.
Here, look at the statement again.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
guess.
Okay.
I don't think there was a reason to refresh here.
She said, yes, I think so. So,
I'll allow her to refresh.
okay. Did you have a chance to look at it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So don't guess at anything. If you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Did you mention in that statement that he grabbed your hands?
Yes.
He did. Okay. And you mentioned that in the video, did you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you mention here today when you testified that there was bruising on your arm?
Yes.
Objection, this is still all leading questions.
True.
Okay. Well, I mean, trying to impeach your own witness, and that's certainly allowed to do that. Not that I'm impeaching her, but I'm certainly trying to refresh her memory.
Pick one or the other. You want to impeach her, you can use lead questions. Don't want to impeach her, don't lead.
Okay. Was there a mention of kicking him or trying to kick the defendant?
I don't think that did. No.
That being what?
The statement.
Okay. Did you say it in the video, you think?
Yes.
All right. Did you say it here today when you're testifying?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In that statement, do you have that he grabbed your breast?
Objection, this is all still the same leading questions in the same format.
Okay.
So I object to this line of questioning.
All right.
Sustain.
How did you describe in the video his touching of you, the defendant? Do you understand my question?
Yes, I do. I'm
Okay.
just trying to think back in the video.
If you remember.
I don't.
Okay. When you said in the video, Bruce never denied touching me until I called the police, until I said he did to the cops. What did you mean by that?
He never said that he didn't do it until I made the report, and then he said that I was lying.
Okay. Did your mom know that you made that video?
No,
Was there anyone else in the room with you when you made that video?
it was just in the basement.
Okay. Was it like late at night or in the middle of the day?
6 o'clock.
Okay. And what made you do that video? Like you said, you received a text from your sister.
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
Well, I haven't asked the question yet.
Yeah, you did. You asked her why she made the video.
No, I guess I'm asking a little more specifically. Did your sister?
Rephrase the question.
Thank you. Did your sister send you a text that day so you made the video?
Asked and answered.
Was it answered? Okay.
It was. And she said it was the same day.
Did anyone ever comment on that video?
No,
Okay. Did anyone help you create that video?
no.
One moment. I don't have anything further at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any recross?
Very briefly. Have you since deleted that video?
Yeah,
No further questions.
I have one follow-up. When did you delete that video, Cheyenne?
a couple days after,
Why did you delete it?
I felt bad for making it.
Why?
I don't know. I don't remember why. I just didn't want it up there anymore.
All right. And you voluntarily took it down?
Yes.
Nobody made you?
No.
All right, thank you.
You can step down. Watch your step on the ramp. Any other witnesses from the defense?
People rest. We have no further witnesses.
Any
Thank you.
defense witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Ready for argument?
Yes, we're asking for a bind over. As to two counts of criminal sexual conduct in the fourth degree using force or coercion under the incest theory that the defendant is the brother, biological brother of the victim, as she's testified. That she talked about two separate incidences that happened to her on May 17th of 2020 when the defendant was very drunk. That he came out of the bedroom that he was sleeping in. She was sitting watching TV. That he came and grabbed her breast and pinned her down with his hands. Pinned her hands down, with one of his hands while he grabbed her other breast, her left breast is the way she described it, by actually grabbing her left breast here in the courtroom. And that then he apologized to her, went back into the room after she was trying to fight him out. And that her other brother came in, Cody, came and sat next to her, that she said something to Cody about what happened. Defendant sometime between 10 or 20 minutes later, came back out again and again grabbed her breast. Cody stood up and blocked him. She did not fight him that second time, but she felt like she didn't need to because her other brother was there, kind of stopped anything further from happening, and the defendant walked away. Her testimony in regards to a video, and that I'm assuming that that video is supposed to say that, she's making up these stories. I think that video is actually very consistent with what her testimony is. Her statement is a 7-page statement that the police often say, write down what happened.
Just so just for the record's clear, 7-line.
I'm sorry, 7-line, I apologize. Thank you for that clarification. So lay persons write down whatever they can remember at the time or however they think. They don't write it as a narrative, kind of like you have to testify for, or even how she did in the video. The video is very consistent with what she testified to as to her brother causing this assault on her, that he was drunk, she even mentions he was sleeping in her room, that he came out to tickle her. I don't know if that's supposed to be the aha moment, whether he tried to tickle her or not. She also goes on to say that he grabs her hands, she's struggling. She says it in both video and here in testimony, that there are bruises, and she even mentions here, bruises and broken vessels on her arm and points to her arm, that she was trying to kick him in the balls to stop him, and that he grabbed her boob, and that after that, he left. After he said he's sorry, left, came back. Before he came back, Cody, her older brother came, sat next to her. She mentions that Cody is there, that she's in shock, mentions that in both video and here. Though the video is not sworn to testimony, but certainly shows corroborating her story. This is the sworn to testimony, but her testimony reflects the video. She's not sure, but she says that he came back out again, and that she's like, I'm not sure, but I think he grabbed my breast again, and that she was really shocked that that the defendant, Bruce, her brother, never before denied that. He said he was sorry, in fact, to her, apologized for his actions. But then when she went to the police and then she told the police what happened, it was then that he fabricated, according to her, made up words about that she lied. This is a young girl that was 16 and a half when this happened. She just turned 18 a few months back here. And obviously she's very upset about this whole incident, about what happened. And I think that her testimony is credible. Now, it's certainly enough for a bind over for a probable cause here. What the jury decides to do and what they choose to believe, I think at the end of the day, testimony here that she's raised her right hand to and sworn to is testimony that's consistent with what she told the police, testimony that's consistent with what she put on that video. She may have added a few things, taken out a few things. That video is not something that she created in her basement at 6 p.m. at night in reaction to another family member who thought that told her that she didn't believe her. And so I think based on that and based on the fact that this is a probable cause hearing, that we have certainly created a question of fact here. And we're asking for a bind over as to both matters, both counts.
Ms. Elijah.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the court has heard from Cheyenne today, and there were 4 sources of information from Cheyenne. Defense impeached Ms. Levike with her written statement on June 17th, 2020. We talked about her kids talk, which was made on September 10th, 2020. We talked about her YouTube monologue in July 2021. And we have her testimony here today on October 25th, 2021. And the inconsistencies between those 4 sources is a list, and I'm going to go through that list with the court. So there are seemingly innocuous inconsistencies, and then it gets into larger and larger inconsistencies. I think the first inconsistency that hit me in my mind was in the YouTube monologue. Ms. Levike states, I can't remember exactly what day it was. In her testimony here today, she says, I remember that exact day. And then we can go through all the other things that were inconsistent. So what Bruce did when he came up to her. So her testimony here today is he's looking me in my eyes, and he has this drunk look on his face. However, in her YouTube monologue, she doesn't say that. She says she came out and he was tickling her and he was drunk. We also have how many times did it happen? She said 2 times in the written statement, the kids talk, and here today, but in the YouTube monologue, she says
one time, and I'm not sure if there was a second time. We have what was her response to him. In YouTube monologue, she goes into, she was shocked. Everywhere else she goes into, she's trying to kicking him and telling him to stop. In the, what was Bruce's response, and I think this is a really key fact. So she says in the YouTube monologue, she said, he pressed his hands to my chest and she had high five hands, and then he backed away, oh my God, I'm sorry. That was the motion that she made in her YouTube monologue. And that, as a response that Bruce gave, is key, because a CSC fourth requires intent and knowledge. And I think what you hear in the YouTube monologue is her saying her brother, her older brother, who she has ill feelings towards, who's taken over her room, has wasted away drunkenly in her room, comes outside, tries to tickle her when they don't even have much of a relationship, and then falls on her chest and says, oh my God, I'm sorry, and backs away. That is not a CSC 4. Maybe it's a simple assault, right? But that would ask questions about roughhouse and how they are as brothers and sisters. But it's not a sexual touching at all. It's an accident. That's different than her testimony today, different than her written statement, different than her kids' talk. We also have a question of, what did Dakota do? There's inconsistencies with what did Dakota do. In her written statement, she wrote that Dakota told him to stop. In her kids' talk, she says Cody and Dakota are the same person, stood up and he was my protector all day. And that he tried to convince her to tell her mom, and that she didn't tell her mom. In the YouTube monologue, he says that he stood up and Bruce stepped back. In her testimony today, that he stood up. So we don't really know what Dakota did or what he witnessed, because there's just inconsistencies there as well. And this is an interesting one. When was this first reported? In her written statement, I ran to my mom's room. I told her what happened. I told her to call my stepdad. I went over there for 2 days. And yet, in her testimony today, she says she didn't tell her mom for 2 weeks. That she's, and she had a very detailed statement about when she told her mom. She went into her mom's room, they sat down on the bed, Cody was there, they talked together, mom didn't really do anything. But it's a very detailed statement, and it's totally contradictory to, I went immediately into my mom's room and cried, and we called my stepdad, and I left the house for 2 days. We have no information about what mom's response to this was, really. Any interviews, any corroborating evidence from the prosecution. We don't have any corroborating evidence from Dakota, who's presumably an eyewitness to this whole thing. And then we also have the type of touch that Ms. Levite states. And so in her testimony today, she does say, she does describe a sexual touching of her breast, but in the YouTube monologue, she's not describing that. He has flat hands, and that's not a sexual touch at all. And I think, this court should really consider the YouTube monologue, especially, because what that is unprompted, with no answering questions, no directing, no leading, and it's in her own words, on her own time. It's a choice that she made to send it out into the ether. It's not at all even inadvertently manipulated by the system of process, by being in an interview, by seeing a police officer, by talking in a courtroom before a judge. It's her own words, and her own words don't detail a CSC 4. And so I think really the question here is, what about any of this is consistent throughout the whole statement? We have no idea. And so I don't think this court can bind it over even on probable cause standard. I think there's insufficient evidence considering the amount of inconsistencies that we have here from these sources. So I would ask the court not to bind it over, to find this witness not credible, and to dismiss these charges.
Anything else from the people?
Yes, Judge. First of all, the video is not sworn to testimony. It's a kid that's venting on social media. Second of all, there's never, ever anything in any of the statements or any comparisons where there's a falls on the chest. That is something that defense just made up out of the blue. The video talks about, actually, she holds her hands up and says, he touched my breasts like this, okay?
Actually, I think she said he fell on my chest. Or he pressed on my, he pressed on my chest.
Pressed on my chest, yes, okay? Where here she says, and she shows with her hand, open hand again, grabbing of the breast, okay? Whether it's pressed, grabbed, it's the touching. That's the elements that are here. There's an unwanted touching, that's a sexual, can be reasonably construed by a reasonable person that was done for sexual purposes. Your brother doesn't grab your breasts for nothing, for just, they're not roughhousing, she was sitting watching and he came and he grabbed her. And if that was a mistake and he comes back again and does it again, that's the sworn to testimony that we have here. And the fact that she's under 17 years of age and that he is her biological brother. Those are the elements of the crime. As far as what Cody said, Cody did, Mom, we're not here for trial, we're here for probable cause here. I think that we've established more than we needed to in regards to these two charges of criminal sexual conduct in the fourth degree and the elements of them. And I believe that there should be a bind over bit based on that. Sexual touching, like I said, is construed, it is the way the law reads is, what would a reasonable man or a reasonable person construe as done for sexual purposes? Somebody falls on your chest and grabs it. She had hands like this, open. Here she has, where she, again, her hands are open and she clutches her left breast. And so I think that if anything, the video can be used to show her consistency, but it's her testimony that's here. And I believe that that establishes enough for a bind over. We're asking for such. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. I find Ms. LeVike to be a very troubled young lady, and I hope somebody's working with her to get her some help. I found her to be incredible before I saw the written statement and before I saw the YouTube video, because her story just doesn't make any sense. She's seated on a couch, but her brother can come over and grab. She didn't say he'd been over and grabbed my breast. He said he reached and grabbed my breast, which would be a very awkward motion for somebody standing to do that seated. It didn't make sense why he would just come out and give her the evil drunk look and then grab her breast. She had serious credibility issues. And then when we throw on top of it the YouTube video, that I agree with you, counsel, because what I got from the YouTube video was he's taking the roughhousing too far. She doesn't want anything to do with it. He grabs her breast and he freaks out because he just put his hands on his little sister's breast. So at worst, I see exactly what you saw, an inadvertent touching that he was sorry for. I cannot bind him over on these cases based on what I heard here today. Dismiss. Last one, closing down.